Morning. Okay, the microphone works. That's good. So good morning to all of you, to our session, Deep Dive into Environmental Resilience, Nature-Based Solutions. My name is Andreas Kress. I work for Climate Alliance. Climate Alliance is a network of European municipalities. We have also almost 2,000 European cities as members. I'm a forestry engineer, specialized on tropical forest, and in Climate Alliance I'm coordinating Climate Alliance financial means and also acquisition and European projects. Today we have 6 speakers, so we have to have very good time management. And for our speakers, you see the time here in front, please. And so I will start directly. We have a keynote, and I'm pleased to have Jeffrey Payne here. He's a housing and urban development consulting from the United Kingdom. He has almost half a century of working experience. He worked for World Bank, United Nations, and agencies. He established also academic centers and courses in Oxford and London. And he has an impressive list of publications. He developed tools. His latest book is called Somewhere to Live. It's about global urban land use and the housing crisis with very, very interesting examples around the globe. His presentation is named Deep Dive into Environmental Resilience, and he will talk about nature-based solution for urban areas. He will talk about the global climate crisis, the impact on the urban areas. Then we still see that there is a lot of hot air around. Then he will talk about the action needed, and then has useful references for nature-based solutions. So please, Mr. Payne, go ahead.
Well, good night and good morning. Many thanks for the opportunity to contribute to a Maruf 2023 conference on an issue which I think is of critical importance to us all. Now, I see that I've already had 3 minutes of my time, so I'm going to go very quickly through these issues. But they do deserve a lot of urgent attention by all of us.
Kullanmaya çalışacağım. İklim sorunu dediğim gibi hepimiz acil bir konu ve hiçbirinize hatırlatma gereği duymuyorum aslında. Bu sabah daha büyük sellerden, afetlerden bahsediyoruz. Guardian'da da bu sabah bir haber çıktı ve bu haberde tüm insanlık tarihinde en sıcak son 3 ayı yaşadığımızı yazıyordu bu haber. Burada PowerPoint'te oldukça yoğun bir slide var ama hepsini okumayacağım. Burada IPCC raporlarına baktığımızda eğer çok acil bir eylemde bulunmazsak ve küresel karbon emisyonlarını ciddi bir şekilde ve acil bir biçimde aşağı çekmezsek ve endüstri devrimi öncesindeki seviyelere indirmezsek 100 yıl sonunun itibariyle 5,7 santigrat dereceliğe kadar çıkabilecek bir artış gerçekleşecek ortalama sıcaklıklarda. Burada aslında şu anda 3 katın üzerinde olması gereken ve buna çizgisel bir şekilde de bakabilirsiniz. Depremlerin ölçeğine baktığınızda vektörel ölçeğine ve Richter ölçeğine göre yapılan değerlendirmeler Türkiye'de de o kullanılıyor. Bu durumun ne kadar acil olduğunu gösteriyor. Tabii ki 2100 yılı tarihlendiriliyor ama 2100 çok uzak bir tarih gibi görünebilir. Fakat bu grafiklere baktığımız zaman bu artışın ne kadar ciddi olduğunu söyleyebiliriz. Çünkü zaman çok hızlı geçiyor gerçekten. Bu konuya ciddi bir şekilde eğilmemiz gerekiyor. Çünkü bu dünyadaki en ciddi varoluşsal kriz.
And it needs to be addressed with that degree of urgency.
Ve yaşayan bütün canlı türleri
The
için
Sahara
acil bir durum.
is expanding in some
Sahara'ya
areas
baktığımız
by
zaman
50
bazı bölgeler-
kilometers a year. And if you think that the African subcontinent is the last part of the world to urbanize, that demonstrates, I think, the fact that we are looking at the possibilities of mass migration. Migration is an issue in many parts of Europe and America at the moment. But this is nothing compared to what we're going to be seeing in the coming decade or two if we don't act now. So that's the challenge that we're facing. And as this slide shows, the change is not linear. The crisis is accelerating. And this is why we need not to do what the British government is doing by saying, oh, it would affect people's livelihoods and quality of life if we change now. Let's put it back 5 years. Let's put it back 10 years. We can still achieve the target by 2050. By 2050, it could be game over. It could be too late. So we need to work together to see how we can stress the urgency of the crisis. Now, urban areas are a massive contributor to the problem, and we suffer from the consequences of it. More than 40% of global emissions are contributed by cities and urban areas in general. And this is going to increase because the urban population in the world is increasing. We already have 55%. By 2050, they say it'll be 68%. So we're looking at an increasing problem within the urban environment. And this has a massive impact on public health and on transportation. It's widely known, I think, that the COVID pandemic led to the deaths of nearly 7 million people globally. But more than 7 million die every year because of air pollution. And that doesn't get nearly enough attention. But it demonstrates the urgency and the scale of the actions that are needed. So many of the cities, of course, are vulnerable to sea level rise. We'll be hearing about Portugal later this morning. But sea level rise is already a very serious issue. I was working in the Maldives, where the highest point in the country is 2.8 meters above sea level. Or it was 20 years ago when I was working there. Maybe it's less now. And the country is even buying land in other countries in order to move the population if they have to. So if you look at cities like Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, storms that took place every few years, once every few years, now take place several times every year. And it's that intensity, that frequency, which is the challenge. And of course, it's always the poor that suffer most. They live in the most vulnerable locations, and they have the least resources in order to be able to cope to the challenge. Now, I've said enough, I think, about the challenge and the problem. But what I want to do is to move on to talk about what is getting increasing media attention and professional attention, which is nature-based solutions to the crisis. UN Habitat recently published a major report looking at nature-based solutions to build urban resilience in informal settlements. And that's a very useful document. And it highlights a number of examples that we need to be attentive to. There's also things like the Transition Towns movement, started in the UK in 2006 by Rob Hopkins. And that tries to encourage local self-sufficiency. Grow your own food locally. You don't have to have the transport and other costs involved in importing food. We need to plan cities so that we have mixed land use, so you don't have to travel so far so often to meet your basic needs. We need to design buildings in ways which are adaptable over time. In the 1970s was the concept of long life, loose fit. Design buildings that don't have to be specified for one use only, like offices or houses, but which are adaptable, and a lot of traditional architecture around the world has been very effective in that. We are losing our respect for traditional vernacular solutions. We need to promote the 15-city concept, where you can get everything within easy reach. We need to promote more sustainable use of building materials, as in the passive house system, and promote green infrastructure and green corridors. A lot of these new initiatives are coming up in different parts of the world. Urban agriculture. Havana claims to produce most of its food requirements within the administrative area. Okay, they expanded the administrative area, but even so, that's an important and useful achievement. In Lima, Peru, where it rains very, very little, they use wastewater for hydroponic agriculture. And so there's many initiatives like this which we need to build on. We need to enhance public open space. I was very impressed walking here this morning from the hotel to see the number of trees and the planting along the side of the road, which not only absorbs carbon emissions, but also cools the environment and makes it more attractive to live in. So there's all these issues which can improve the environment, improve our health, and improve our well-being. Now, all of these ideas are being implemented in different parts of the world. The examples I show here of urban wetlands in China and Singapore, and also green roads in Colombia. Medellin was one of the most dangerous cities in the world 2 decades ago. It's now a tourist attraction. They are doing massive improvements to the environment. In Kaohsiung in Taiwan, they are now talking about public transport integrated in a highly efficient way. In the slums and the informal settlements in kampungs in Indonesia, they have the drains down the side of the lanes, and they plant trees and bushes over them. So it's a bit like walking through a garden, even though you're in a low-income settlement in a major city. And in Kenya, they're now talking about green hydrogen in order to improve the power relations, going from polluting to sustainable and reducing it. And I think using public open space in ways which are more adaptable for social use, where children can play safely, is also important. And again, back to Medellin, even though the spaces are very constrained and it's very hilly, they have slides for children and paintings to remind people of the urban environment, as well as planting wherever they can. So all of these are very, very important initiatives. The question is, that I'm asking myself, is it enough? We are talking about nature-based solutions, and undoubtedly, these are major contributions to improving the urban environment. But what is needed and what is being implemented is a big gap. We are not doing nearly enough, fast enough, and widely enough. We are well behind. We heard yesterday in the plenary session that we are only achieving 12% of what we should be doing in the Sustainable Development Goals. So again, we are well behind. Funding on nature-based solutions is totally inadequate, and a large proportion of it is spent in the global north. And even a smaller part of that in the global north is spent in urban areas, which are the major contributors to the problem. So technological solutions are not enough. I would say that we need to redefine nature-based solutions as nature-based contributions to addressing the climate crisis. And I'm very attractive to the idea of changing the way we live and going back to a more basic, healthy way of life, which is more sustainable. I'm very attracted by the idea of the donut economics lab. Now, this is a concept proposed by Kate Rayworth, which gives a green ring, if you like, of a donut. And the green ring is the areas within which we can afford to live a decent, sustainable life within the planetary boundaries, but giving everybody a reasonable standard of living and access to all the things that we need for well-being and coexistence. Within the ring of the donut are people who are denied all the benefits that are essential for a good quality of life. And resources will be needed to achieve a sustainable life on the planet to bring them up into the green ring of the donut. The real problem and the challenge facing all of us is those outside the ring who are consuming and polluting too much. And that is most of us in the global north and a minority in the global south. So what we need, I think, is a comprehensive redefinition of what we mean by development and how we define the measures in order to achieve it. That, I think, is the biggest challenge facing all of us. And I'm very much attracted by other measures. We should not be judging progress, I think, by GDP or GNP. That is a purely economic measure, and it's got lots of limitations, as I point out in my book. But we need to be looking at other measures of progress, such as the Human Development Index, and the idea of Patrick Geddes of conservative surgery. These are ways of harnessing nature ideas for the future. We need to invest, I think, in saving resources rather than saving labor, as advocated by Stiglitz. We need to introduce carbon taxes. We need to tax aviation, fossil fuels industries, private vehicles. I noticed this morning, I had a message from a friend in Singapore, it is now costing well over $1,000 a year, well over $1,000 to tax a private vehicle. And that is going up every year. So we need to be consuming less, and I think we need to have a much more modest lifestyle, which is within the planetary boundaries, and we would all be better off and happier for it. So prioritizing redistribution over growth. Growth is not the answer, although my government in the UK says it is. Growth is part of the problem. We need to redefinition and a change of what we mean by progress. And I think all of us would be a lot better off. The real challenge, the point I want to end on, is that the real challenge facing all of us, whether we are academics, whether we are politicians, whether we are consultants, is how do we generate political momentum for the change that we need? I think we need to be much better at skills of persuasion. I was once giving a conference talk in Havana, and I said to my friend, the organizer, would it be okay if I title my talk Social Capitalism, Harnessing the Benefits of Capitalism and Socialism? And she said, no, no, no, don't mention the word capitalism. You'll be very unpopular. So I said, okay, so how about if I talk about regulating markets? Oh, regulation, that's very good. I'd like market regulation. It was the same evidence, the same argument I was wanting to make. We need the skills of language, we need to use the terms which those who are in power will find acceptable in order to make those changes. Thank you very much, and I'm just on time, I think. I should say that I have drawn on the book that I did that Rushen Kailash very kindly referred to yesterday, and which you kindly referred to this morning. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Payne, for your presentation. So, do we have a microphone in the room? Yes. So there are questions from your side. We have time for one or two questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. My question to Geoffrey, can you give us a specific example of nature-based solution in urban setting? Specific example of the nature-based solution. Thank you.
I think the planting in Medellin has been very extensive. The tree planting and also, of course, planting on buildings is getting more and more interest, I think. There is a talk here in the conference, I think, about vertical landscape. So there are many examples, I think, and as I was saying in Singapore, they are doing improved wetlands management. So as we get more and more floods, the opportunities for stabilization ponds and wetland management not only can absorb all this surplus water, but it can also be a means of reviving local ecosystems.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question here in the room, directly for Mr. Payne. Yes, please. Maybe you could say your name and then.
Hi, I'm Sadaka Hamblin. I'm working with Sustainable Ocean Alliance. So nature-based solutions obviously are wonderful for the environment and wonderful for development. But do you ever face any political or social pushback when you start doing these? Maybe people worried about the economical impacts or anything like that?
Yes, that's a very good question. There is, in many cases, a political pushback. For example, in the UK, the Mayor of London introduced an ultra-low emission zone in order to reduce air pollution in London. They had a local election which the government won because the local people opposed this initiative. And now the British government is withdrawing its climate initiatives because of that by-election. So there's a lot of pushback, even in countries that can afford to make the change. UK is one of those countries that could afford to, if we chose to. But because the argument has not been made strongly enough or effectively enough to the population, there's a lot of popular reaction against change, which a lot of governments are going along with. So I think it's incumbent upon us, professional community, academics in publications, journalists, consultants, to make the case for change in a much more effective way than we have, so that we can address that pushback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Payne. So we are going to our second speaker. Our second speaker is Miktat Kadioglu. He is professor in Technical University of Istanbul. He holds a PhD in atmospheric sciences from Missouri, Columbia, and he will talk about climate risk management, disaster management in cities. Please, Mr. Kadioglu.
Okay. Thank you. Can you turn off your...
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ben hızlıca Türkçe anlatacağım.
So I'll be very brief in Turkish because we have to create a miracle within 8 minutes. And my presentation was prepared to take 20 minutes, but I will try to be brief. Especially the issue of the climate change comes up quite often in our hot topic, our hot agenda. and it's mentioned in the previously mentioned book, we have to turn this crisis into an opportunity. At least that's one of the things that we have to do, so that we are not in a position that we have been highly affected. And one of the methodologies should include that. About the flood problem, the flood issue, in the same institution, the same colleagues working in the same institution, people are always dealing with it as a climate issue, and some see it and tackle it as a disaster. So the same issue can be tackled and handled in two different perspectives, causing wasting resources. In the CEREX report, compatibility to climate change and disaster management have been brought under the same title, so that it will be tackled under the same title as climate assessments. And I'm trying to introduce this idea so that we can use our resources properly. So we have to just bring the same issue, the same problem, under one single umbrella. So, and don't misunderstand me, it is a climate issue, but we have to make sure that we have to save our resources. I was going to say that the climate change is being presented in a very incorrect manner, and the temperature change in the weather is not about the climate change. Climate change is not an issue that is pertaining to the current day. So if the weather changes today, it's not climate change. And we also have activists who are working on climate change, and I really respect them. Any kind of meteorological event is tied up and brought together along with the climate change. And if there is a flood in an apartment that has been built on a former riverbed, that has nothing to do with the climate change. So you have to know where you're building. Of course, the climate change has been changing, and it's currently changing due to the human element, and it has been changing dramatically. And the climate change, it changes within 9 months. And the people in the southern part of the world also contribute at some extent to climate change. In the simulations that we have carried out up until 2100, we are expecting a temperature change up to 4 to 5 degrees, and which is a major change. So when the temperature changes, the rainfall dwindles. We are expecting the rainfall, especially in the Aegean and the Mediterranean, as half as much. And the relationship between the climate change and the temperature change cannot be, may not be established at first. Of course, the weather around us, the atmosphere around us does not change. The Earth changes, actually. Since there's less rainfall, the weather events change, and it also turns into a disaster. So it changes the risk, actually. It doesn't cause directly the disaster itself. Actually, people who are on Earth, who are vulnerable, just really experience the impact of these kind of disasters. And the risk emerges both in the world and Turkey. We have prepared a report together with UNDP, which is the general station, and how the meteorological events have been changing in Turkey, and you can follow that. Compared to the 60s, the number of meteorological events have increased at 3 times more. And in countries like ours, which are not developed yet, we don't want to be subject to risk. And of course, when there is a problem, people say we couldn't handle it, and it's also costly for us. Rather than spending 1 lira before a disaster, we prefer to spend 100 lira after the disaster, which is a major problem in Turkey. In the climate risk management, we have to provide climate change adaptation, and you have to consider disaster risk management along with it, not separately. So these are the steps of risk management, and of course we have also mitigations, but I'm just going to focus on adaptation aspect of that. There is this European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and they have a report. How do we run a risk and vulnerability? And there's an assessment report. Of course, we have to run whatever we are running, not up to you or up to this, up to this other. And there is a natural selection, and it's compatible. First, we have to establish what the hazards are. And analysis running on hazards matters because we have to tackle all the hazards that are apparent. Sometimes in Turkey, we are quite selective. When you run a hazard analysis, there is no climatological, hydrological, or meteorological ones. So someone in Turkey had made it up. Of course, a disaster does not occur because the climate has occurred. Because of the climate change, the disasters continue to appear more forcibly, at a higher extent, with a higher volume. And there's also spontaneity and also the changing conditions, and we don't like the variability, but that's also a risk. This is the plan prepared by the Drought Management Administration Office, and Mr. Jakub can also mention it. We have to use these plans. We establish the risks and the hazards. We have to mitigate these risks. And I'm going to switch. I'm going to skip these. About the climate change, there are 32 hazards established and suggested by the European Bank. Their impact and their impact area should be tackled together. Sometimes the risk lies in not considering that something is a risk. And also the impacts are told in a classification of 36 steps. And vulnerability matters. You have to tackle each one of them separately, and you have to set your priorities straight. And after setting your priorities, you have to just see what your hazards are, what your risks are. The major problem in Turkey is that we focus on the risks and hazards, and we don't make any kind of investment on hazards. If you cannot mitigate the hazards, then you have to mitigate and decrease vulnerability and exposure, because disasters do not occur because there is a risk. If you do not mitigate exposure or vulnerability, then you cannot actually tackle the problem. In Istanbul, there are no streams, no creeks, but you have been building buildings that have ground entrance. And will there be any kind of a problem of disasters? If you build a building right in the riverbed, or a basement floor to earn money, of course. When there is a flood, then they're talking about climate change, which leads us to a position of no solution. So you have to run an assessment with rubric and with replicas, with models, and in summary, you can do that in Turkey. I think I've been too fast. In summary, first of all, you have to identify where you're going to work on. Is it going to be the city or Turkey, or is it going to be within your institution? You have to set your hazards and risks. Are you a company? Are you a city? Are you building a green city plan? Are you an activist preparing a climate action plan? And depending on where you are, you have to identify and determine the sectors and run the critical core sectors and processes, and you have to understand whether you can assess the vulnerability, and you have to identify your risks and priorities, and understand whether you can transfer your risks, and build a risk communication. And it has to be a systematical approach or a methodology, and considering your environment and besides the physical environment. Of course, you were so slim when the TV sets were so large, and it has become the other way around. Thank you for your kind attention, for listening to me. This was the fastest presentation I have ever made in my life.
Kadiolu for speeding up and for your presentation. In order to give all the speakers the chance to have the full time for the presentation. I prefer to have the questions from you, the audience, at the end. So we have our third speaker. It's Jakub Karaslan. He is Deputy General Director of Water Management at the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry in Turkey. And he will talk about planning for climate change impacts in Turkey, water management strategy, and action in face of the vulnerability of water supply in the face of climate change. Please, Mr. Karaslan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And on behalf of our General Directorate and our Ministry of Forestry and Agriculture, I would like to greet you all, and I would like to thank the Marmara Forum for inviting us. I would like to talk about what we do about this particular matter, and it will be a brief presentation. And in water management, why do we need it, and why is it essential? It's their impact, the international actions taken, and what do we do in Turkey? So why do we need water management? It's a vertical sector in prevention of pollution in water, in industrial and energy generation, in sustainability, in the struggle and the fight against floods and drought. It has a critical importance as well as other issues. In the recent years, there has been a new paradigm called integrated water management suggested on the table, and we need it, first of all, for protection of the ecosystem and social equality, and for economic sustainability. We need an integrated water management. These are different aspects of and components of the integrated water management. Social equality and economic sustainability are some of the two important issues. In Turkey, there are 25 water basins, and you need water basin specific solutions that need to be protected and they need to be prepared. And I'm going to switch this slide. So what do we observe in Turkey about the climate change? Of course, floods and drought continue to increase in an extreme manner. 2022 has been recorded to be the seventh hottest year in the history of mankind. And what about its projections on the climate? And we have run an assessment. As you know, Turkey is based in the Mediterranean basin, and the average temperature has increased 5.2 degrees centigrade, and we need rainfall. And as my professor had mentioned, there has been a serious decline in the Aegean and the Mediterranean parts of the country. So the number of days for snow-covered areas at a rate of 44%. As you know about the Paris Treaty, Turkey has become a party to it with goodwill. And Turkey has upgraded that status in 2023. So our proposal is to decrease the utilization of the water resources and create compliance and establish management plans specific to basins. And besides all the other goodwill-based intentions, Turkey has set goals to establish this compliance to the treaty. And we also have a European Green Deal where we can use several different feasibility studies so that we won't allow the wastewater to be mixed in the clean water resources. And we decided to separate the water in basin-specific plants where we have green, blue, and white water resources, so that we can make sure that the water management in that particular basin can be specific to the use of the water. And what do we do after the... So we have been also carrying out several different population projections based on the particular basin that we are studying on. So we are experiencing a 32% of increase in the population, but the potential of water has been dwindling in a 25 to 30% rate and annual level. So by 2030, it's going to be 75 billion meter cube of water will be required for a population of 111 million people. So as in 2022, we are using 52 billion meter cube of it, and 10% of it is used in industrial production and generation of power. And our water potential per person, per capita, is 1,313 meter cube per person per year, and we're under the water stress. And when we have a serious drought, so this number comes down to 757 meter cube per capita per year. So we have to take serious and imminent and urgent action so that we can tackle this problem. And we have been preparing basin-based plans so that we can manage them and also manage floods and the drought. And our goal is to be in line and in compliance with the water and flood management plan in Europe. And we have finished the preliminary studies, and we have been identifying the several different impact pre-disaster, post-disaster level. In the Black Sea area, we have experienced several different floods, and we were going to minimize the impact, and we have spent like 3 times more than the planned amount. Of course, not to mention the lives lost, unfortunately, despite all our efforts. And we are also preparing sectoral allocation plans to understand how much water do we have, how much of that water will be allocated to agriculture or industry or personal use. In the agricultural area, we cannot provide the required amount of water. So if in case of drought, what are we going to do? How much water do we have in hand, and what type of crop should we be planting so that we can use our resources at its best? And especially in the urban setting, we have to also carry out several different studies about the rainwater, the grey water, and the pricing of the water, both the treatment or treated water and the grey water has to be reused. 7.2 billion meter cube of that water is used in landscape irrigation, and we can use it in also in our infrastructure, and we have carried out all the necessary studies, and we have been carrying out pilot projects for grey water and wastewater or treated water, and you can see these plans in our website that is already accessible by public. And we hold sponge cities about the systems to minimize the floods. So the covered cisterns, the underground cisterns, have to be also taken into use so that we can carry out and collect the water. In order to use water efficiently, we have established a document, a strategy document for water efficiency solidarity under the auspices of our President's office as an action plan that's going to take place between 2023 and 2032. Which includes several different aspects at the urban water efficiency, industrial water efficiency, and the agricultural water efficiency, and the individual use water, household water efficiency. So we want to increase the efficiency of the urban water efficiency to 24%, which is only 13%. So the industrial water efficiency needs to be tackled as well. For the agricultural water efficiency aspects, for irrigation, we have used 44 billion meter cube of water last year, and 20 billion meter cube of that water has been unfortunately lost on the way without being able to reach the plants. So we have prepared water utility internship program so that we can bring down the number to 111 meter cube per person level, and we have created also several different attempts to create awareness on the subject. Every single part or the group in our society needs to take responsibility, and we have been carrying out several different collaborative work with NGOs. And I'm going to skip some of the work that we have done. These are awareness activity content. You can also learn all about it in the website suverimliliği.gov.tr. Suverimli means water efficiency. And we also have created this kind of a logo with a character. And what do we suggest? We have to identify the financial resources to optimize them. So all the activities and actions for water efficiency should be enacted and should be realized. And we should start using alternative water resources so that it becomes the reality of our lives, so that it becomes more common. And we have to plan based on the water, and these are quite extensive plans actually. We have to make sure that the sponge city applications become more common. And thank you very much for giving me the floor about this particular subject. Thank you.
Hopefully you will have time at the end to have the questions for our speakers. And we will go ahead. Our next speaker is Chidem Chayalan. She is professor, head of Department of Public Health, Faculty of Medicine of Kocaeli University. She graduated in medicine, and she works in resilient health systems tailored to withstand climate change disasters. And she will talk also about this topic. She talks about heat waves, urban heat islands, and urban resilience from a public health perspective. Please, Mrs. Chalayan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Herkese merhaba.
Well, hello everyone. And I feel great happiness for being here. I mean, generally speaking, when we talk about climate change issues, health is not referred to very often. So in the time allocated to me, I'm going to start with defining what a health perspective sounds like and what it's all about within the context of climate change. So I'm going to try to stick to my time limit. Well, one of the most important impacts of climate change is on human health, and from a health perspective, climate change for the 21st century is accepted as the greatest global health threat. Therefore, when talking about climate change and its direct and indirect impact on human health, we can talk about a number of influences and dynamics like the diseases and pandemics and vaccination and the changing places of the viruses, and so there are a number of, as I've said, direct and indirect influences of climate change. So within that framework, today I'm going to focus more on the global warming aspect of climate change, because as we know, the temperatures are rising continuously, and the global average temperatures are rising. This is something we observe, and it comes up in heat waves. When we have a heat wave, we have to acknowledge seriously negative impacts on health issues and also public health, because it causes a number of diseases. As far as the heat waves are concerned, we do not have a universal definition, but despite that fact, every country around the world defines this based on their own temperature averages. But the World Meteorology Institution has a definition which refers to an average increase of 5 centigrade degrees or 9 Fahrenheit. And if that happens year after year, then that could be defined as a heat wave. And if it takes longer than a year, then we are talking about a clearly heat wave. And from an urban perspective, urban areas create heat maps when we are trying to visualize them on graphics. So we are talking about the peripheries of the cities, and compared with natural areas or rural areas, temperatures are in average higher in cities. This is very much about the type of land use and the use of concrete and urbanization and architecture techniques and the anthropogenic heat caused by human beings. And again, the geographical position of the city in question might play roles in these kinds of heat waves. So what really happens in our bodies when we have a heat wave is that, actually for a certain period of time, our bodies try to compensate for that and try to create a sort of balance between the internal heat of the body and the external heat. But if we are talking about an unexpected or sudden heat wave, there might occur a number of health problems related to that. And as I have said, these might be coming up in direct or indirect conditions. It could be a simple dermatological issue or a shock which might cause people to lose their lives. It might be about mental disorders, psychological ones. And when we talk about the indirect impact of a heat wave, it might create a pressure on the health services in general, and that might hinder the presentation of health services to people. Of course, the most dramatic impact is seen in deaths. Deaths related to heat waves have been increasing in recent years, especially when we are referring to the elderly population, people above the age of 65 especially. So in the coming years, we anticipate that deaths related to heat waves will increase. But the heat waves increase everyone, but there are some more fragile groups within the population, and it's very much related to the level of exposure of people, because fragility and sensitivity. But when we talk about that, we need to refer to women and babies, or those individuals with chronic diseases, especially in the elderly population. The outcome might be mortal, and it might increase mortality rates. And not being able to respond to these sudden and unexpected heat waves further deepens these problems, because you may not be ready sociologically or economically, or your infrastructure may not be sufficient. If you're not providing cooling systems in the interiors of buildings, then individuals are more exposed to these rising temperatures. In 2022, in the European region, due to increased temperatures, more than 60,000 people have lost their lives. This is reported, and unfortunately, we do not have any data in Turkey related to deaths related to heat waves. But there are a number of studies in Istanbul, and we know that these rising temperatures cause an increase in mortality rates. So globally speaking, urbanization is increasing, and people living in urban areas, but then their numbers are increasing, and that means more and more people will be exposed to these heat waves. So how should we protect ourselves? Of course, this has both an individual and social backdrop to it. From an individual perspective, in order for an individual to protect themselves against unexpected heat waves, they need to be able to mitigate the risk they might be exposed to. So that means they need to have a certain set of skills, if you like. So my focus today is more on the social aspect and what we can do from a social perspective. Because really, if you need to talk about the resilience of cities themselves, next to the individual's resilience, we need to talk about the urban structure and the urban dynamics. And once you have a proper design and some precautions on an urban level, we know that we can save many lives. The World Health Organization is working on this issue in reference to urban planning, design and management approaches within the context of architecture and construction of buildings. As Professor Mehmet has just said, these approaches are very much going hand in hand with other dynamics of climate change and urban living standards. We have a number of examples from North America. We have similar strategies being implemented, especially when it comes to designing the urban areas and environmental spaces like insulation and energy efficiency, and in hot climates in order to regulate and control the air conditioning or cooling towers. These are more technical issues, and it's the job of urban planners actually. But as a health professional, I'm not going to go into further detail about these kinds of technicalities. But eventually we need to eradicate these potential conditions which will and might cause people to lose their lives. And that boils down to a necessity to improve urban conditions and living conditions in city areas. Communication with people who are exposed to heat waves plays a very crucial role. That means we need to monitor them and the population in general. And from a health perspective, some action plans are being recommended, especially during the pandemic. We have experienced this, visiting the elderly at home and reaching out to them to deliver their drugs and so on. So it is being recommended that the same thing could and should be done during heat waves as well. So the urban space should be designed so that there would be kind of sanctuaries within the urban areas where these people will be able to cool themselves down. And if we are talking about a lack of cooling system in the interior of building, if we do not have a climatization opportunity, then we might have buildings specifically built for cooling purposes, where people could gather during the heat waves. And we have heat wave action plans, which include strategies and precautions like these. I will not be able to go over all of them, of course, but in addition to what I have already said, we need to have an early warning system and participation of multiple stakeholders. And it's generally the stakeholders from the Ministry of Health and health agencies. So, and again, mitigating the temperature exposure to high temperatures within the buildings and the interiors. So let me stop here. I have already surpassed my time by a minute. If you will have any questions, I will be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chalayan. Even in Central European climate, like in Germany, there are some pilot cities already developing heat action plans. So the topic is very, very important on local, on city level. So going from the health perspective to the food system, the agriculture perspective, I would like to present you Ilkay Delal. Ms. Delal is head of Department of Climate Change and Sustainability at Ankara University. She works in the Faculty of Agriculture. She did a postdoctoral study at Texas University in the United States, and the title of her presentation will be Climate Change and Transformation of the Food System. Please, Mrs. Delal, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. In fight against climate change, I'm going to talk about what changes we need to make in the agricultural industry. So let me start by a general definition. What do we really understand when we talk about a food system and the relationality between agriculture and climate? So when we talk about a food system, we talk about this journey from soil to the fork. And it's not only about agricultural production only, but it starts with agricultural production and reaches out to the consumer. And even before the production process, we need to acknowledge other suppliers for fertilizers and pesticides even. So when we talk about a food system, we are not talking about the area where the food is being produced in an agricultural context, but we are talking about a rather complicated system that includes all phases of this journey, from the very beginning to the end consumer. And it's not only these circular chart where we see all the dynamics of this system. There are some overlapping and intersectioning areas like transportation, energy, and industry, and the processing of these agricultural products in the industry, exporters and importers, and the supply chain representatives, and the waste and how we handle that waste. Again, it reaches out to the health industry as well, because it's closely related with human health and animal health. So it is above the health policies as rolled out by governments. So this is a rather complicated landscape where we have numerous actors and stakeholders. When we talk about agriculture, we need to talk about crop production only, but it's not only about that. It also includes livestock and forestry and fisheries and so on. And we are talking about an accumulated knowledge. We use technology and we use this traditional knowledge when we talk about agricultural production. And again, triggered by the climate change, the agricultural industry is also related to fuels. And it's also related to climate change. It contributes to economy. It has a social dimension. So the agricultural industry is a multifaceted industry in terms of economics, environmental issues, and in many other spheres of life. It's an industry which is very much based on climate. It's an input, and many of the agricultural activities and production processes are realized in open spaces, and the production cycle is long, which means a higher exposure to potential risks. And if we talk about the revenues, I mean the revenues in the agricultural industry is lower when compared to like animal husbandry and other industries. And from a risk perspective, we said it's closely related to nature and it has a long production cycle. The prices are volatile. Since the production cycles are long, perhaps agricultural workers and producers and farmers need to be working for like 12 months all throughout the year. And therefore, they have this tendency to just stop producing in the agricultural industry because there are too many challenges and people don't want to deal with them. On the other hand, agricultural production needs to be sustainable, and all governments around the world need to do their best to support farmers so that producers and warehouse owners and all the other stakeholders within the chain ending up at the end user will be supported, and they will be actively operating in this industry, and the system will continue into the future. And in addition to all these, food safety in terms of availability should be considered, in terms of accessibility. It should be very well defined. The health and hygiene conditions should be backed up so that a country can talk about social welfare and food safety. In order to sustain and keep the farmers in the agricultural industry, we need to be able to increase their revenues and try to equalize their income with that of the individuals living in urban spaces in cities. And in addition to that, natural resources should be preserved as well, because this is an industry that utilizes the soil and water, the natural resources. So we need to have holistic policies when it comes to agricultural industry. We have numerous structural issues in this industry. In Turkey, we have to acknowledge a number of problems like association and problems in the value chain, the decrease in agricultural lands and irrigation. And in addition to all these factors, population is increasing, and that results in other problems. The way people consume change as well, because 50 or 100 years ago people used to sit around a table and eat from a single pot, but then now we are eating separately, and we are talking about consumption of food in forms like fast food and things like that. Now we are having our food delivered to our homes even, and that adds up to the problems, and it increases the emissions, the carbon emissions. In line with increase in population, there is a higher need for food, and until 2050 we will be in need of more food by 160%, and more water and more energy. And despite all these challenges and difficulties, all these are added up by the factors related to climate change, because people have to use less resources but produce more. And what can we say about the relation between climate change and agriculture? The agricultural industry is the industry that is affected most by agriculture, by climate change, and it's closely related to greenhouse emissions. In our studies, we have seen that revenues in animal husbandry will go down, so production will decrease. And within the context of mitigating greenhouse emissions, there are ongoing investments in Turkey, and the greenhouse emissions caused by agricultural activities represent 13% of the total greenhouse emissions produced generally. And deforestation is another issue, and droughts. Of course, the farmers have lower incomes every year, and during the pandemic, farmers had great difficulties, and despite the challenges of the pandemic, they really fought very hard to continue with their production. And sustainability in the production cycle is also important. We have some interesting examples in the production of tomatoes, for example. So we need to have a more hygienic and healthy food system. It's not that difficult to make this happen. We need to preserve the agricultural culture and be able to transmit the accumulated knowledge and embrace innovations. Of course, we can resort to traditional solutions, but nature-based solutions hold an important place in agriculture. And we can also talk about an agricultural industry that is able to use technology and innovation in an efficient manner, because it's such an agricultural industry that we can fight against climate change. And what should we be doing in these areas? And we can talk about 5 different ways out. More investment in science and technology, and transforming the agricultural support mechanisms, mitigating waste, and changing the demand of the consumer, educating and training young people and children, and raising awareness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Delal, thank you also for pointing out the relation, the conflicts between mitigation of CO2 or of emissions and adaptation to climate change, especially in the agricultural sector. So from the food system, we are coming now to our last presentation in this panel. We will see practical examples from the local level, from Cascais. Our speaker will be João Denis. He's a geographer with more than 15 years of practical experience. He implemented a lot of action projects in Cascais. Cascais is member also in our network of Climate Alliance. We did a lot of projects also together, a lot of European projects, and João was very, very successful with this project in Cascais, which is a Portuguese city on the Atlantic coast. He will give us practical actions. The title of his presentation is Nature-Based Solutions for Climate Change in Cascais. Please go ahead, João. You have...
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it was on. Thank you so much. I prefer to stand up. It helps me with my reasoning. First of all, let me congratulate this wonderful organization for this wonderful event, a clear example on how to do things right. And to distract you from everything, I'll present you just a photo of Cascais, our beautiful town located in the coastal area of the Lisbon metropolitan region. And of course, we are a medium town, but we have a wide variety of natural and cultural heritage. We are the oldest tourist destination here in Portugal, and of course, we need to preserve that heritage. And climate change is a challenge that we are facing every day already in Cascais. For example, we've been having so many floods, so many storm surges, fires even in October, November, coastal erosion, and for example, we already lost one beach. So the bottom photo that you see that is just a pebbled beach, just rocks, because all the sand was eroded away and it just comes back very rarely. Of course, we were the first Portuguese municipality to develop a climate action plan for adaptation. And what you see here are the priorities that 130 people, stakeholder representatives, told us that we should have. And if you look at the priorities, you will see that according to the classification of the adaptation actions, you have two dominant types, which is non-structural and green solutions. Non-structural is about regulation, it's about training, capacitation, education. And the other one is about bringing nature back into the city. And with that, we have resilience in our cities. So we obviously started to work mostly on nature-based solutions for many reasons that we can point out. The first one is that, they can take many roles in the city. A nature-based solution can help to tackle climate issues, to reduce risk, but it can also be a tourist attraction. It can be something that prevents floods, but it also can do something that you can do your sport in a daily activity. That's the benefit of nature-based solutions. And at the same time, we are restoring the ecosystems. And this is different because sometimes when we design the city, we have green spaces that are quite artificial, but then when we restore these ecosystems, when we have these naturalized areas, they also provide with the same human service, the service that we need in our daily lives. And it's even cheaper. So a few examples that you see here is obviously, we have more people engaged in tackling this issue. We have more people helping us to design these spaces. For example, our urban green spaces, we just are local autochthonous trees with minimal infrastructure. It's so cheap to do that, and it serves the exact same functions of what is the norm until now. We're also doing urban allotments, for example. We were just hearing a wonderful presentation about the distribution of food. And of course, this helps to have a bit more of local efficiency. And finally, remember that 1/3 of our territory is protected landscape. So what does that mean? That if we protect our natural heritage, we can also have the benefit of biodiversity promotion, again, the ecosystems restoration and their functions to regulate all the environmental systems near our urban areas, and an added tourist attraction. Another few noteworthy examples is, for example, what we call the inner urban green spaces. What are those? Those are just, for example, a tree in the street or a roundabout or just a small corner out in the street or in a small home. So are we really going to spend water in that, for example? We just, again, heard the presentation about the need to save water. And in Portugal, according to our climate, if we were to have a lawn or grass in our public space, we need over 5 liters of water every day just to water 1 meter of grass. 5 liters. We don't drink 5 liters a day, do we? 5 people, yes. So imagine that. 5 people are competing with 1 square meter of grass. Imagine if we could use this water and place it where it's needed, for example, in food production or other services. So that's the most intelligent part, is nature-based solutions are adapted to the climate reality and the meteorological reality that we have. So, for example, you have a roundabout here. That roundabout is designed with a chest shape, and what you see is just logs, is just local autochthonous bushlands that don't need any water, and just pebbles that are placed with different colors. At the same time, we've restored our greenway, a first green corridor of 8 kilometers, and the only thing that we need was to restore was to restore and naturalize the riverbed and the flooding areas. But we added something. We just added a trail. As you can see on those photos on the right side, those photos are on the trail that is semi-permeable, and it's made of sand and natural compact cement. What happens if there's a flood? If it gets destroyed, it's just sand. There's no debris, there's absolutely no waste. So it's adapted to flooding, it's adapted to climate change. And we even brought art. For example, the top right photo, what you see is basically sewage lids, right? Because you follow the gravitational to have the sewage down to the city, down for treatment, and it's an ugly thing to have there. So we painted with the traditional architecture, and we painted many others with the local biodiversity, the animals that live in this area. We also bring nature-based solutions, for example, to our coastal protection. Our dune system in Guincho Beach, it's a huge dune system. We already added this sidewalk a bit further up from the sand, so the sand can move around. And what we found out is that this is a heavily used space by tourists and locals and schools. And so this is a great opportunity for us all to explain to visitors, why are we investing in nature-based solutions? And you know what? They love this. So if you go on social media and you see the hashtag of this place, they all say that they love this and it's good for the environment and they want to come back. So nature-based solution is also helping our economy. For example, our green spaces in our natural park that you see on the top left, they are, we just have minimum watered areas, and we add these sidewalks so people can just enjoy the scenery. It's cheap, it's good, and they do serve a function. They cool down the surrounding areas. We also have local agriculture plot of land where you and your family can collect your own food. So why is this important? Why is this relationship important? Because you can actually learn a bit more, just like you were going on out on dunes. But that's not all. Again, we shared this with so many people. We organized workshops countrywide. We got funding for this. We trained our own technical staff that worked according to the status quo and told them, from now on, let's give priority for nature-based solutions. Let's just use less water. Let's just make sure that they can grasp more water, and let's make sure that they can cool down the city. Among any other things, promoting the biodiversity and at the same time, again, providing a nice area so you can spend your daily life after a troubled day at work, or if you want to go and spend the weekend with your family. This is a nature-based solution, right? It's a beautiful photo. That's the green trail that we've restored. It's just that. If people go there today, they think, wow, you've done literally nothing. Well, actually, no. What we've done is to make sure that we have the most minimum infrastructure present there. So how can we enjoy that, humans? Well, first of all, you will control the floods. Second of all, if you look on the left side of the photo, there's the trail there. The trail is just there, so there's nothing to be destroyed. We've also can help to have these type of nature-based solutions with our local community. That's why we developed the Adapt Cascais Fund. That's a fund that we, the city, give to municipalities, a small amount of money, so they can develop their own idea according to nature-based solutions criteria. And they have done a tremendous job. That's the KPIs that they have achieved. Each NGO, small, like a residents association, they got just 3,000 euros for 1 year of project. And that's what they got. 8 entities did all that. And back again to the greenway that I've mentioned. That's me in the middle photo. That's one of the residents there in the left photo. And those photos are just separated by 6 hours. Okay, everything was flooded, as you can see on the right photo. Everything was flooded. Everyone was stressed. This was the second highest rain rate in 40 years. In 1983, we had more or less 127 millimeters. On this day, we had 95. We had 0 damage on the trail. 8 kilometers of trail, 0 damage whatsoever. So that's really cool. And to summarize things, this is in Portuguese, but I think you can understand that if we mix regeneration, transformation, and a vision for a 2030 resilient city, that's the norm that we're working nowadays. If we bring back innovative, nature-based solutions, if we have a participatory approach, if we bring everyone on board, we will have much more efficiency on resources and much more impact. Trust me, with all these added features, our decision makers, our technical staff, and above all, our citizens do love what we're doing. So climate adaptation is good for everything, actually. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Joao. In the end, we have seen action on the ground. Local action is the most important thing. What we want is that things are happening, and they are happening locally, and we have seen it right now. So we have a little bit of time. I have seen already the hands raising, so please, your name and the question.
Hello? Hello? Okay. So, hi, my name is Hüseyin Kondakçı, and I'm a landscape architect. I have a question for you, sir. In your presentation, there were 4 pictures on the left corner top. You have a wooden pathway in the forest area, and the bottom right corner you had a wooden pathway as well in a dune landscape. So what I'm wondering is that while, I don't know if you know this, but while installing those pathways, did you use concrete to stabilize the pathway, the wooden area? So like, I don't know if you could give like a short explanation as how you like make it stable, like, I don't know, without using concrete.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's a good question. We did not use cement or concrete. Those structures need to be flexible. In dune systems, we cannot have a footprint on the soil. And in natural areas, we have to reduce them to a minimum. So what we do is just the structure is divided and held by itself. And there's another detail. One of them is wood. Another one is recycled plastic. So the wood is in the natural area where something can happen. For example, it can go under the sand. The plastic area is in its stabilized areas. So it's always there. So yeah, we understand, and on everything we do, we try to use as much as natural or minimum intervention possible, and make sure that all the the natural functions of the area are maintained, namely the sand transportation, for example.
Thank you very much. I have seen other hands raised.
Hello. My question would be to Mr. Payne. I'm an urban farmer myself, and I very much appreciate your concern. I mean, the place you gave to urban farming as a measure to resilience of the cities. My question is related to how the local administrations understand that, because we have some contradictory policies. You know, in the global south, where planning is not a real way that the cities have been built, we have many patches of fields, gardens, or, I mean, unbuilt areas within the cities, which are in the small or mid-sized cities especially, but even in Istanbul we have many small or big lands where farming is done. Even today, I am farming in an historical garden in the very center of the city. But the municipalities, when they understand this necessity of putting the green back in the cities, they cannot see how historical gardens are there, or how the cities already have these greens, which are under the pressure of land rent. So we see that these greens are being swept away by the constructions, whereas the municipalities encourage people, encourage small neighborhoods to build some gardens, usually hobby gardening, and they are happy with that measure. I think that municipalities need to understand that they have to preserve what is farming and distinguish what is farming and what is hobby gardening, because hobby gardening cannot really, it's a good activity, okay, but it cannot help self-sufficiency, it cannot help the urban resilience. Whereas the farming can really, with composting included, can be a very good way to against the climate crisis.
I agree totally. Self-sufficiency, local production, and the use of available land, even small areas of land, even balconies, can be a source of producing food. You know, my grandchildren love the fact that we grow tomatoes. We grow some vegetables in our garden, and we have window boxes with those. And I think it's so good for children to see things growing. And the excitement of picking their own tomatoes, their own peas, I used to do on an allotment when I was a boy. And that contact with nature and seeing where your food comes from, I think is absolutely vital for our own well-being, and also, of course, for the production of foodstuff. And I think one problem is that the price of land in urban areas is now so high that many local governments, especially those that generate a large proportion of their revenues from land, certainly in China that's a very big factor, then that puts land under pressure which would otherwise be used for productive use in agriculture. We need to redefine, I think, what we mean by productivity. And it isn't just buildings that generate income, it's land that generates food. And I totally agree with what you're doing. We need a stronger campaign and media attention for that issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question and the answer. We could have maybe one short last question. Yes, please.
Okay, both speakers, you know, at the first and the last one, talk about the natural-based solutions, but all the, you know, the examples, you know, they show us swamp, rivers, or such a green areas. But, you know, in our country we have arid and semi-arid regions, So is there any implementation to the places there is no water, you know, how can we create natural-based solutions with no water?
I think it's a question for you, Mr. Payne, please.
Well, as I was saying in Lima, where it never rains or very rarely rains, they're using wastewater, domestic wastewater, for hydroponic agriculture. And that doesn't even need much land. So that's just one small example that I'm aware of.
Thank you very much. I see no questions anymore from the audience. So first of all, I would also like to thank the organizers for this beautiful panel. I would like to thank the audience for your patience and your questions. And I wish you a nice conference. And hope you enjoyed the discussions and the presentations. Bye-bye.
Hello. I'm Ram. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm from the organizer committee.
Congratulations.
He will escort you to the interview area
Oh,
if
okay.
it's okay for
That's
you.
perfect.
Okay.
sustainable mobility. I would like to start by thanking our organizers for such a fantastic event, bringing together all these presenters that we have been listening to yesterday, and also looking forward to all the presentations, all the sessions today and tomorrow. In this session, we have 3 presenters. Let me just give you the overview of the session. First, we will hear from Feyzullah Gündoğdu on UITP and UITP's recent studies. Then we will move on to Michael Pelot, and he will tell us about Barcelona's transport policies, projects for sustainable mobility. And then we will give the floor to Melda Horoz, and we will hear about the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan for Istanbul. I will ask each presenter to use a maximum of 15 minutes, after which we will move on to the next presenter. So what we have in mind is to have the question and answer, comments and discussion session at the end of the 3 presentations. And without any delay, I want to start our presentations, and I will also show you a little warning when there's 2 minutes left in your presentations, if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Teşekkür ederim.
Well, thank you very much. And I would like to thank everyone for participating in the Marmara Urban Forum, and I would like to extend my thanks to the Marmara Union for including us in. I hope my presentation will set a backdrop to the following presentations for the other speakers, because I'm going to talk about the general challenges and problems we have had during our project, and you will be hearing the solutions rolled out for Istanbul and Barcelona later on. Of course, if we will not talk about challenges, it won't be meaningful to talk about solutions, or we won't be able to understand the solutions which are rolled out. So let me move on quickly. As UITP, it stands for the Union of International Transportation Union. It was established in Belgium, and so we have more than 1,900 members. We have 100. We operate in 100 countries. The Turkish office is responsible for 12 countries, and I'm the president of the Eurasia branch here. So what we generally do is to work on transportation in areas of advocacy, knowledge creation, and networking through similar activities. We just try to create a kind of synergy with all the stakeholders that we try to bring together. Let me move on with the presentation. So as I have said, I hope this will be a background for other speakers. We have many mega trends in the world, and we experience them on a one-to-one basis in our daily lives. So this is as a general framework. Let me talk about the general trends. We need to acknowledge urbanization, of course. So globally speaking, 50% of the global population lives in cities. But during the 2050s, this will rise up to 70%. And that requires us to focus on a number of potential challenges and problems that we will potentially have in the coming years. And the population's characteristics change as well. The population is getting older. The individuals above the age of 65 is 10% now, but it will rise in the coming years. So by 2050, this will be above 20%. So we know this definitely from TUI's statistics. And as far as globalization is concerned, we need to think of power shifts on a global scale and economic power changes and inequalities. And wealth is not distributed equally around the world. And one of the greatest challenges we have is climate change. In 2030, we will be in need of more energy and more water and more resources. Greenhouse emissions play the largest role in climate change. We will be talking in more detail about it, but transportation plays an important role in this. And it's another challenge which needs to be shouldered by urban planners. Digitalization and changes in technology are other strains of change. I mean, until 2 or 3 years ago, I mean, we did not know a lot about remote working, but we know that a great percentage of work globally can be handled remotely, which will eventually affect urbanization, of course, and transportation, because the modes of transportation will change and transportation in general will be affected by this change. So traffic congestion, pollution, health problems, dangers on the road, public space and social exclusion issues. So these are a number of challenges we could list. Many reasons for these challenges are that since the 1950s, our cities have been planned with a focus on vehicles rather than on pedestrians. Therefore, we are faced with these problems at the moment. So cities should be people for people and human-oriented. And this is a kind of win-win situation, because if we are talking about people-centered cities and excluding vehicles and foregrounding people, creating larger public spaces for the pedestrians, so these factors will increase life quality in cities in general. I've already talked about the challenges, but looking at the urbanization part of things, urbanization is closely related with mobility, of course. By 2050, mobility will increase by 2.6 times. This is part of a study carried out in 2018 by UITP, which means there will be a higher need for vehicles, and there will be more vehicles in traffic. Traffic congestion and air pollution will be this adverse effects of this, and factors that we will need to tackle with. It is anticipated that there will be 41 mega cities in Africa only. So the African cities will have to face these problems. So what we can suggest for these places is these fast developing cities, public transportation will have to be more in focus. So in such cities where population density is at the city center, will have to roll out different solutions for different modes of transportation. I've talked about traffic congestion based on TomTom data. We see that it's increasing worldwide, and the passenger transportation activity will be more than double by the 2050. And Europe's economic impact of traffic congestion is estimated at around 100 billion euros per year, which translates into 1% of EU's GDP. So we should prioritize investments in the urban public transportation. And again, based on TomTom's data, in London, The average travel distance has been diminished down to 14 kilometers. Perhaps other speakers will give more information about this. It's seen as 24 kilometers, which is almost at around public transportation levels, actually. What that really means is, even if you would be using public transport or your private vehicle, that means the same amount of time will be spent on the road. So that means using public transportation will be more advantageous in terms of travel time. From a climate change perspective, well, industrialization plays a significant role, agricultural activities and urbanization. We can refer to numerous dynamics here, but from the transportation perspective, 70% of oil resources are being utilized in transportation. So that means we represent a great amount of the share in greenhouse emissions. By 2040, by 2030s, the CO2 emissions from transportation might reach up to 40%. The percentage in Turkey published by the Ministry of Environment and Climate is at around 17%. This doesn't mean that we do it better than the European counterparts, but that means public transportation is not as widely spread as the European states. Of course, the Paris Agreement should not be missed out if we are talking about these issues. Many countries around the world had come up with commitments, which is generally phrased like a cut in global greenhouse emissions by 7.6%. We talked about oil consumption and how that is being consumed in the transportation systems. It is evident that we are in need of a paradigm change here. We observe this transition to electrical vehicles, but transition to electrical vehicles doesn't mean that that will solve the problems, because they produce 3 times higher in terms they more energy. So both in terms of climate change, it's not 100% solution, but in terms of traffic and in terms of land use, it's not a complete solution, which means we need to have a paradigm change. So from individual use of vehicles, we need to move to sustainable modes of transportation, like walking, cycling, and using trains and other modes of public transportation. On the safety side, each year over 50 million people are injured worldwide on roads. So that translates into a loss of $1.3 billion for countries. In traffic accidents, it's usually the children and young people who are more vulnerable, and we are talking about the fragile part of population like bikers and passengers, the pedestrians walking. In places where public transport is high, traffic fatalities are lower. As you can see on the chart, in European countries, if you compare them with American countries and Australia, you will see that road accidents are less in number. So use of urban spaces and roads. So this is a familiar graph that comes up in different shapes. So to carry 50,000 people per hour, a city needs 175 meters wide road used only by cars. So this is 35 meters for buses and 9 meters wide track for metros. In Paris, 50% of public space is dedicated to motorized transport, but cars are used for only 13% of those trips. And of course, in central London, around 14% of road space is used for on-street parking. We are like talking for about 26 million vehicles in Turkey, and if you park them side by side, the space occupied by these parked cars is equal to the dimension, the surface area of Kilis, Turkish province. I am wrapping up, thank you. Health is another dimension, of course, as this is clearly seen in the reports issued by World Health Organization. A 30-minute walk is a remedy to many health issues. So it's very helpful for people, and you can stay active. But when you use public transport, you walk more. It might be biking, and you can increase it up to 17 or 18 minutes. So public transportation and health systems are closely related to one another, and that really shows how important health investments are. And it will be beneficial for mitigating and lowering health expenditures generally. I don't want to go into too much detail about the solution part of things because other speakers will talk about it. So we need to have sustainable cities focused on public transportation, and we need to plan our cities accordingly, optimizing roads and a proper management of streets, and sticking to innovative and efficient public transportation systems to have more accessible and inclusive systems, to integrate mobility into those systems, build mobility hubs, and attract people to public transportation, which would be more sustainable. So with these strategies, I believe we will be able to roll out solutions. This better urban mobility plan, copies of which were left on your chairs, well, you have more detail there. So the rolled out solutions could be found there, but you can download it from the internet for free as well. Thanks for listening. Feyzullah Bey, thank you very much. That was a very good framework indeed for today's presentations and discussions that we will have. If we have new listeners, let me inform you, we will have our Q&A at the end of this session. So we will be listening to the three speakers we have during this session, one after another, and then we will be handing over to you for your questions and comments.
We're listening to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello everyone, I'm Michel Pelot. I'm working as Director of International Affairs at TMB. TMB is the metro and bus operator in the city of Barcelona. I'm also very active at UITP. I'm the chair of the Transport and Urban Life Committee. That is the oldest committee at UITP, and we are in charge to develop all the issues that from mobility that impacts to the urban life, and it's a very nice challenge. And in fact, I would like to invite you to read the playbook that we renew it in the last 2 years. We work on that. So let's move to Barcelona. I would like to explain you in general terms, because in 15 minutes it's impossible to go in deep in all the things that we are doing for the city, how we try to make Barcelona a more livable city. First of all, I would like to start about some information about the context where we are moving, something about the city of Barcelona, the metropolitan area, and at the end some slides about TMB, the company where I am. This is a nice picture of the quadratic area of Barcelona, the orthogonal area, that is quite useful for planning a good mobility system in the city center. So here in the picture you can see the two levels. One is the city of Barcelona. Well, here it's quite difficult to see it, but the very dark part is the foundation of the city 1,000 years ago, and then the second most outline is the territory of the City Hall of Barcelona, City Council, but the real Barcelona, the real urban area is a metropolitan area. I think it's something similar as the greater Istanbul. Of course, we are a small villa compared to Istanbul because we are just 3.5 million inhabitants in this area. And TMB, that is a bus and metro operator, we operate in the most urban site of the metropolitan area. So TMB, what is TMB? We offer bus service. We are a public company owned by the metropolitan area. We offer bus service in the most metropolitan, most urban side of the metropolis. We offer metro service, and in total we are 8,500 employees, and we operate in 11 municipalities with a total amount of 2.5 million inhabitants. So that is what we do. No? So now let's go to the challenge of the problem. What is the challenge here? Is facing an increase of mobility in the metropolitan area. The metropolitan area becomes not to be bigger, but the people are usually moving from the city center to the outskirts because of price, because it's quieter, less noisy, etc. So the number of mobility of trips are increasing, and we have to face on that. So until mid-90s, the challenge was was interpreted by the local governments as traffic. How can I improve the traffic? That means to increase capacities of the streets in order to absorb this traffic. So the big problem of the consequence of that is we have a high level of pollution, we have even acoustic pollution, we have problems with the climate change, the temperature of the cities increasing slowly, we have accidents, a lot of traffic accidents, and finally the number of green areas were reducing very fast because we need this space. The scarcity of space that Feyula mentioned before happens in everywhere, so we were reducing green space to put cars there. So in the middle of the 90s, we started to work in another concept. It's not the traffic concept, it's the mobility concept. How can improve the mobility? And the answer is maybe I don't need a private car to solve the mobility. So what we did is to reprogram the focus and trying to increase green areas, to make the roads quieter, to let's say, punish the use of private car, put in green and blue zones in the city. That means you have to pay if you want to park in the streets. But all these issues against the private car, they have to be accompanied with the increasing of alternative solutions, like bicycling, cycling, public transport solutions, improving the way that I can walk from one side to another, and so on. Okay, so here, how we achieve that, or how we are trying to achieve that, because the project is not finished. I think it's a project that it will be never finished. We need a strategic plan. In the case of Barcelona, we have two strategic plans, one in the metropolitan area and the other one in the city of Barcelona. It's what we call the PMU or PMMU in the case of the metropolitan area. And this plan is rewritten or updated every 5 years. And in the plan is included all the actions that we have to do in order to reach this solution. In the case of Barcelona, for example, but it's very, very close to the other one, the main action lines is to organize better the mobility in the city, increase the bus service, to develop bike lines in the city, some infrastructure to increase active mobility, etc. No? And then to punish the use of private cars. No? So nowadays we have around 2 million trips per day in the metropolitan area. That is for us, for a 2.5 million metropolis is good enough. And here the interesting issue is more than a half is doing by foot or by active mobility. That means bike, walking, etc. Around a little bit more than one quarter is done by private car and more than 20% by public transport. And what we want is to change this tendency. Here, with the pandemic, what we saw is an opportunity to develop new tactical strategies in the city to increase walking areas with the excuse of the pandemic. Of course, pandemic was very, very bad. COVID was very bad for everyone. But at least we find a small opportunity to test issues here. No? So after the pandemic, in the global mobility, what we realize is we increase the walking, bike, and scooter mobility. Public transport was reduced, but nowadays is going back to the levels before pandemic and even higher. That is the case of the metro system. So, and now I would like, because there are many, many, many actions in this area. I mentioned the blue and green zone. We have also zero emission zone where you cannot, or a low emission zone where you cannot go with a very old vehicle there. There are several strategies. I want to show you 3 examples. Of course, the first 2 are related with my business, with public transport, but I also want to explain one that is out of our let's say, scope, but is very well known internationally, and I think it's interesting to share with you. The first one is the urban bus network. By the way, in the parallel, what we did is to introduce zero-emission solutions vehicles in the bus, and here in the picture you can see an opportunity charging bus that runs in one of the new lines. But I would like to explain better the new lines than the the zero-emission vehicles, because you can see that more or less, you can find examples more or less worldwide. No? So here what we did first is to distinguish clear and formally 3 levels of services or 3 products. One is the premium routes that we introduced in 2012, and the introduction, we introduced that gradually until 2018. We redefined the conventional routes. The premium routes, they are high capacity, high frequency routes. We reduced the conventional routes because there were some ones was repeated with the premium routes. And finally, we have the local and feeder routes. That is routes very, very small with a small vehicle, because this is done in very narrow areas of the city, and they have a very important social inclusion mission. It's very expensive to run this service, but we help elderly to go to the doctor, shopping, etc. That otherwise they couldn't do that. No? Okay, so in this example I show you the premium route. Here you will maybe notice that there are vertical, horizontal, and some diagonal routes. And here what we reach is to avoid that all the routes goes to the city center. Nowadays we don't have a radial route network, we have an orthogonal network. And that means probably that if you want to go to A to B, now you have to change vehicle. That is, of course, very uncomfortable. So at the beginning we have complaints, but after 1 month, the users, they discover even if I have to change bus, my total trip is shorter than in the past, and that is the important issue. The other important issue is for going to A to B, maybe in a diagonal way, I have 2 alternatives. I can use vertical and horizontal route to go there, or horizontal and vertical one. And depend on the time of the moment of the day, one of these alternatives is much better than the other one, depending on the traffic. How I know that? Because of the ICT systems. So we can inform in real time how it runs. Time is almost over, so I have to move. Here are some examples how we identify the interchange point, that is the weak point of this system, and the people, at the end, it works pretty well. And here we also introduce a lot of real-time, let's say, tools to inform the passengers. The second one is the metropolitan bike share system that we introduced in March of this year. We manage that, we don't operate. What we do is an open tender, and now it's operated by a private company, but we manage the system. It pretends to have 2,600 bikes. Nowadays we have 1,600, and it will run in 15 municipalities. Nowadays, today, we are present in 12 metropolitan cities, but we have the ambition to finish this year with the 15 municipalities that it was from original planned. And that is quite similar as another system that we have in the city center of Barcelona. It's called BICIM. But in the future, in 7 years, we have also the ambition to put the both systems together to have a very, very big scope. The third one is the superblocks and green axis. Maybe you hear about that. We started in 2010, more or less, with the introduction of superblocks. What we did is taking advance of this shape of the city and to define a 3x3 blocks area as a superblock, where the traffic in the inside of this big block or superblock is quite restricted. Restricted means you cannot cross the area from the sea level to the other one and so on. No? So this encourages the drivers to go through the big super block. With this experience, we started, well, these are pictures about the implementation of these super blocks. So with this experience, we started with the green axis, means to take a very long street and convert it to a pedestrian street. It's not 100% pedestrian. You can access with your car if you have a parking lot in your building and you live in this street. So we finished this year this implementation. Here in the small picture you can see before, and here is a render of the result, but this is almost finished. So nowadays you can go and see that this is a crossing in this area, and what we did is exactly the same. When you cross or you try to follow the street, you have a lot of obstacles that disencourage to use that with a private car. Okay, some pictures. So to wrap up, I have 30 seconds. The objective here is to improve health, to be more sustainable, to be more efficient with the help of information systems, but also very, very important, the equity between citizenship. You know? We try to improve or to reach some equality between social, let's say, issues into the citizens of the metropolitan area. So my last 5 seconds is to say thank you very much, and a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Michel. With the 3 examples, you have underlined exactly the importance of public transport, cycling, and also creating walkable, safe urban environments or public spaces. Thank you very much. Without delay, I want to move on to our third presenter, and then we will get the questions and answers session. The floor is yours.
Teşekkür ederim. Herkese merhaba.
I would like to welcome everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and everybody who was involved in bringing us here. So we're working with the transportation planning of Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. I'd like to share what we do in terms of our implemented or examples. First of all, for many, many years, the transportation plan approach had been through major investments made on landlines, traffic roads, main avenues, artery lines, and this did not solve the traffic problems and also caused additional problems due to the greenhouse emissions, air pollutions, climate-related problems, and also health problems due to the immobility of people who live in this kind of congested traffic zones. And we have adopted a new vision, and that's why we have made and prepared these sustainable mobility plans for the city. And the change in that process has been in the direction of the planning approach, rather than enabling easy access and mobility for vehicles and allowing pedestrians and people to have an easier access and mobility within the city. So we wanted to include the major principles as our top priority, which are integration, participation, sustainability, and assessment. So they have been established as major goals for the SUMP guidance for the European Community in 2013, and has been a part of the guideline later on, plus established by EU. And as a result of the work that we have started in September 2019, in March 2022, we have completed our global scale and global vision adapted Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan, which is the largest one, covering a mega city that has a population of more than 16 million, which is the first. And in July 2022, we have also published an EU Altus platform. There are 4 stages for the planning process defined in the Sustainable Mobility Plan guideline. It starts with the working structures by establishing and determining planning structure and establishing the mobility status. We have built what kind of actions, what kind of projects can be implemented, setting up a roadmap. And what sets this plan different than the other one? The 4th stage is the observation and also review, so that we can update and keep it a live project, so that we can change it as we go. Its major principles include participation and social inclusion. And we have social gender equality as our principle. And due to the economic changes, new groups are added into the working groups. And we have established an Istanbul transportation vision. This vision is for safe, integrated, accessible, and payable, affordable mobility options, which is an inclusive and human-based approach, and has 9 major goals for this plan. One of the most important ones that we have discussed is to create a transportation system which is inclusive, accessible, affordable, and integrated. And second goal is to have a environmentally sustainable, accessible program, as well as others. The plan has 3 major themes, which is obtaining and acquiring low carbon emissions. As you know, the greenhouse emissions as of 2019 has 28% of it comes from the public transportation. So we decided to discuss what we can do in order to obtain low carbon emissions. And in order to do that, we have prioritized biking, walking, as well as other means. The second goal is uninterrupted transfer and integration. So our major issue is the railed ones, rail track involving public transportations. We have a package of 10 different suggestions and models. And the third goal and the third theme for these goals is to mitigate and also decrease the congestion in traffic. So using the other different tools of policy and increasing the parking lot capacities, we also came up with a third package. We have a website about our sustainable urban mobility plan, where we have explained every single step of the way. And in June of this year, we have finished a different project for Istanbul Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan applications. What we aim for and what we have accomplished are included in this plan, which is published online as well. And working with the GIZ is our consortium leader, and majority of the packages that are covered in this plan, all of their feasibility and all of them, their coverage are now on the go. So let's talk a little bit about the low emission projects within the scope of the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan. We have several different zones in the city. One of them is Eminönü, which is in the historical peninsula of the city. In order to for the revival of the old urban peninsula, and we have set up pricing policies so that people will be discouraged to go, and that's not sufficient, and we have to support it with public transit. So we have also considered using micro-mobility systems like pedestrian walking and biking, and there are also park and leave projects that we have set up around the perimeter of the historical peninsula, and we have done several different studies about the feasibility and mobility of alternative projects, and how do we also develop the micro-mobility projects. That has been another question that we have asked, and we have other projects that involve parking and mobility methods. By assigning high fare zones within the historical peninsula, we are trying to encourage people to park their vehicles outside the perimeter of the historical peninsula, and we have introduced several different public transit system so that you can transfer to the rail line system, and this system is changing. And another policy that we have to do is to make sure that to manage the parking areas in the historical peninsula with high rates. So in Istanbul, we have a bike lane of 454 kilometers. As of March 2024, it was 96 kilometers, and our goal is to make sure that we improve the system, connecting it to the available ones. And using the integration feature of our plan, we want to make sure that cycling becomes the part of the public transit. So we also have bike lanes in public areas, especially around schools, to encourage biking. And we have also established the indoor bike lanes and bike parking spaces. So after you park your bikes, we try to encourage people where they can use public transit. And we have several different introductory activities to make sure that the biking becomes a major part of the normal regular culture. In order to raise awareness, we have covered several different social media programs, and we have covered several different activities, inviting and encouraging people to join that. And we also have a bike house in Yenikapı, where we can hold these different kind of activities in our bike house. And we have a scooter action plan. In Istanbul, there are seven companies working in Istanbul with 29,000 scooters. First of all, we had parking problems. People who are using the scooters are not scooter users, actually. And they have become an obstacle for a senior age group. And in order to solve the problem of the parking space for scooters, we have started building scooter bike lanes in major municipalities where we have been hearing about problems being experienced. In order to improve the space for the parking lanes, the local municipalities have also provided their best support. So we try to also inform both the users and the other urbaneers, and to raise awareness about the scooter use in in the cities, we have carried out several different info campaigns by using posters on public spaces to raise awareness. And about the scooter utilization, we have WhatsApp groups. We're receiving complaints about the used scooters, so that we can respond on a personal basis. And we also try to work on the speed limit of using the scooters in the public central area so that it can be dropped down to a lower level. So what do we do about the pedestrians? So we have carried out the first pedestrian transit master plan. We have established our actions and to make sure that we have safe zones and child-friendly, children-friendly zones. And we have also carried out several different pilot projects. And while carrying out the pilot projects, we have included several different stakeholders from planning to implementation. You have to be out there in the field. And we also included our school zones. This is an example from the Büyükçekmece region, covering the area in the perimeter of the school. Because this is a school that does not involve and include the schools, and also we have tried to take a different type of decisions obstructing high-speed vehicles, high-speed traffic running around the perimeter of the school. And we have another school project for children-friendly ones, removing the parking lanes and also slowing down the traffic so that both the school children as well as the pedestrians and the caregivers to have a safer zone around the schools. And we also try to include several different projects by expanding and extending the curbs and sidewalks so that there will be a safer area to walk. And after seeing these resting zones for the pedestrians, we started in Halaskar Gazi Street near Şişli in 2022, and the second one has been implemented in Yıldız Posta Street in 2023. So where we have removed the car park lanes into a waiting area, a waiting zone for the pedestrians. Since we see it as a political act, we believe that it should be extended to the other regions in the city. And we have started working in a concept projects. This is the first example that we have carried out in Avcılar, which is traffic slowing projects. We have run several different surveys with the residents of the local community, and we have received the pedestrian transit network suggestions, and we have received suggestions and ideas from the parking spaces and integration efforts between different types of traffic. So pedestrian, micromobility, and public transit are the major themes and major ideas that have just emerged out of the studies that we have done. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum tüm konuşmacılarımıza. Ben en sonda bazı yorumlarda bulunmak, soruda yöneltmek.
So we will have our Q&A session. I have my own questions, which I will be leaving to the end. But before that, I would like to have yours from the floor, and you may ask your questions to three of our speakers. Yes, please. Hello, Nurcan Kalkan. I'm an architect. Of course, we are affiliated with urban issues. I usually work on transportation systems and railway systems. I have vast experience in these areas. So recently a subject came up like mobility centers. When building urban spaces, I mean, especially when we are talking about mega cities, transportation should be in the main focus. As far as I know, the ministry has prepared a design guideline for mobility centers, for urban spaces, for mega cities. My personal perspective is that municipalities do things from their perspective and ministries roll out some other projects. It seems to me that all these work should be aligned and they need to be combined in a holistic perspective. As Melda Hanım has said, scooters, bicycles, and the management and ordering of the micro-mobility centers should be dealt with collectively. So this is what we see in the world as well. Perhaps there might be some similar examples in Barcelona as well, because different modes of transportation are intersecting one another and sometimes they overlap. And Istanbul as a mega city will benefit from such different modalities, of course. So, as I have said, perhaps the ministries will take the lead, but local governments will support it so that the effort will be minimized and we can come up with more efficient results. Because in different platforms we have different projects being rolled out, whereas the target is the same. They all want to do the same thing. So if we can align those efforts, that would be more meaningful. Otherwise, it's like we are starting from scratch all the time. And another issue is that the implementation of all these different modalities require different urban design concepts. So thinking them beforehand and from an aesthetic perspective as well might provide us with better results. So this was just a general comment and contribution fed by my own career experience and past observation, because every institution is doing something, but then all this needs to be aligned and we can have a common platform. We're bringing in all those different stakeholders and projects. Well, thank you for your comment. So this was a comment and a contribution, but still, if you have anything to add up to that, you can have the say, otherwise we can look for other questions. So we agree with you, definitely. Yes, please, and then we will have another one in the back row.
From Ghent, Belgium. Thank you for your presentation and for your inspiring examples, both in Barcelona and Istanbul. I was just wondering about scooters. It was confusing me a bit because we call them e-steps. But we see that, for example, in Paris, they decided to get rid of all the steps. And here I see the example of planning, making room, separate lanes for these scooters. So I wonder if this is, if this is a sustainable solution to implement and to focus that much on e-scooters or steps.
Okay, thank you. I think this is for the Istanbul presentation, right?
Yeah, I don't know how it is in Barcelona, but in Istanbul for sure.
Okay. I think it is for Istanbul. Özellikle hani İstanbul'da e-scooter'ları.
So this is about planning e-scooters for Istanbul. Would it be a permanent solution to plan e-scooters because Paris has banned them, but what about Istanbul? So let me answer your question in this manner. We are supporting e-mobility in the city in general terms, but we have to manage the challenges we face together with the stakeholders concerned, with the governments and local governments, so that all efforts should come together to organize this. Therefore, we have been designing these parking areas and park areas. It's not forbidden at the moment, and we are trying to make it a system which could be developed and improved in the future. And we are also working on bicycle lanes. We have bans for payments, but we are working on that. It's not forbidden, but thank you for the question. Let me make an addition for Paris, because there was a survey in Paris. There was a kind of voting, and 8% of the voters said no. So it's not a reaction by the general public because it was a regulation issue, but it's not I mean, it's not forbidden. It's not proper to forbid them. Yeah. Well, hello everyone, and thank you for the presentations. My question is about marine transportation and how we can decarbonize marine transportation. Istanbul, as you know, is surrounded by cities, and ferries are being used for transportation, and this also causes carbon emissions. Any studies on that? I would like to be informed if there are any. Thank you. Well, let me explain it in this manner. Decarbonization in marine transportation, in sea transportation, well, we are managing a project which has been rolled out by EU agencies, and we have, done a lot for this project. We are working on studying on the types of fuels being used, and then we are also working on different vehicles for sea transportation so that we will be able to consider other potential solutions and other cities which might set an example for Istanbul. Hello, thank you for the presentations. My question is about the e-scooters. So, on the one hand, the bikers are being supported and bicycle lanes are being supported and pedestrians are supported as well. So this is same for Barcelona. But e-scooters have a kind of speed limitation and they do not have a separate lane. So just to save the lives and protect pedestrians, for example, are you working on an active project which is specifically focused on e-scooters and separate lanes for them, because that might pose a threat to pedestrians? And well, what's the case and how was it handled in Barcelona? I got curious about that. Thank you. Of course, I mean, your question is about the speed of scooters because they are faster. In the regulation, well, I mean, the limitation was 25 kilometers per hour. That was a limitation put forward by the ministry and its legislation. And then another decision was taken and it was put into use, which downgraded the speed limit down to 20 kilometers per hour. Of course, in central areas, in big cities where pedestrians are greater in number, even 20 kilometers per hour is a fast speed, and some recent studies have shown that we need to decrease that speed even further, and we have just decreased it down to 12.5 kilometers per hour. Again, this was a precaution taken for the safety of pedestrians, and we have some other studies ongoing in that direction.
Okay. Today the situation.
Bugün Barcelona'daki scooterlarla ilgili durum şöyle. Elbette paylaşımlı scooter bulunmuyor. Çünkü bunun için bir imtiyaz lisansına ihtiyaç var ve kent konseyi park sorunu yüzünden buna izin vermiyor. Çünkü çok yoğun bir bölgede böyle bir izin almak çok zor. Kamusal alan buna izin vermiyor. Yani kendiniz isterseniz şahsen gidip satın alarak kullanabilirsiniz. Ve olabilecek her şeyi kullanıcıya ya da üçüncü tarafa ya da yayalara zarar verebilecek her şeyi kapsayacak bir sigortanız olması lazım. Aynı şekilde rotalar da benzer şekilde aynı. Yine bisiklet hattında, bisiklet şeridinde scooterları kullanabilirsiniz. Yine araçların park edebileceği alanlara da scooterınızı park edebiliyorsunuz. Yine scooterları kamusal alandaki toplu taşıma alanlarının olduğu şeritlerde kullanmak yasak.
Bu tabii ki elektrikli bisiklet ve elektrikli skuterler için de geçerli. Çünkü küçük bir olay da olsa bir yangın olayı yaşandı. Biz bunun potansiyel bir tehlike arz ettiğini fark ettiğimiz için bireysel hareketlilik araçları gibi e-bisiklet ya da e-scooter gibi bataryası trene bindiğinde patlayabilecek diye düşündüğümüz için bir bisikletin, e-bisikletin ya da e-scooter'ın toplu taşıma araçlarında kullanımı ve aktarımı yasak. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz bir yorumla ve bir sunumları yapan konuşmacılarımızla bir soruyla devam etmemize istiyorum izin verirseniz. Çok geniş kapsamlı bir çerçeve sundular. Hareketlilik için, sürdürülebilir için ve sürdürülebilir ulaşım için planlama yaparken dikkat edilmesi gerekenler hakkında çok geniş bir kapsam sundular bize.
Fark ettim.
I will switch to Turkish if you don't mind. Actually, all of our speakers have also found explained the importance and the emphasis on how to improve and how important it is to provide and safe mobility for the pedestrians. And in order to intimidate, we have also covered several different examples of several different policies that will discourage people from using cars in central urban spaces, and for sustainable and also less energy consuming and less carbon emission causing mobility variety of tools is a package of policies which includes low energy consumption and to use clean energy, which is a part of that policy package. And also, most of the time, when it's first mentioned and when it's first discussed, this is something that is ignored. Social inclusion, equity, accessibility for all principle has been covered with every single presentation in this session, and I'm very happy to hear that because it's a very important part of that policy package, because mobility without any obstacles is an important issue, and it's a part of that package too, and has to be a part of that package. And at the same time, sometimes when we are discussing sustainable transit, we're talking about traffic safety, and urban safety can be ignored, and that has also become a part of the discussions today, and I believe it's a very important and essential part of that policy package, and it was important to hear that. And the healthcare issue and health issue is an important, essential one. Both the important tools in transit, in public transit, in mobility, also have to see health and protection of hygiene. And it's a party and a section of our policy package. And we have also covered some of the awareness principles, which is very important in order to increase social awareness and to change the nasty habits of ours. So it's very important. I have always been saying that it should be tackled as a policy package, and maybe we can add something to that policy package, because the title of these discussions is Resilience and Beyond, and I would like to just emphasize on that, about the climate change, and along with the climate change, and since the urban transportation has become a major issue that has been in discussion, and urban transportation is one of the major resources and major reasons for carbon emission increase. And there's another issue when we are tackling the climate change. Climate has changed. We've talked about the Paris Treaty, Paris Agreement, and it's very important that we decrease the carbon emissions at a higher level, but we have gone through the threshold. The climate has changed. We experienced it at a personal level, the fires that we experienced and the personal loss that we experienced due to the floods and the heat waves and the problems that we experience as a bike user, as a cyclist, as a city person through that climate change. And it has to be a party to this climate change and also sustainability program, both the resilience of the programs. And we have started also discussing that we should have white roof school buses so that we can create pedestrian areas which are protected, increasing the green space, this resilience and the climate change and the perils of climate change, and to protect the urban area and the citizen. Last but not least, maybe I can start from the other side of the, ask about the, what does Barcelona do about resilience? Is it a party? Is it a section of your discussions? And maybe I can hear it from the other speakers. Would you like to start, Mr. Pello? Resilience. Resilience of Barcelona. And what do you do?
It's a good question. No? When you don't know very well the answer, you say it's a good question. Well, in the case of public transport, that is the area where I work, I think the COVID demonstrate that public transport is high resiliency. During the whole pandemic, we offer 100% of the service, and we have this capacity, and we learn a lot about that. No? And of course, that represents for the society an economic problem, because paying this service that it was never used is a problem. We didn't get incomes from the tickets because we don't transport a lot of people in this moment. Only we transport people that were very, very necessary for our society, like doctors or nurses or people who work in general for hospitals and help us, and also they work for primary services that time to time maybe they are not so well think about that, but like I don't know, taking the trash out of the streets and such kind of things. No? So I think that was a huge demonstration of resiliency, not only in Barcelona, but also worldwide. And nowadays, we are working to strengthen this resiliency. And here we have a lot of discussion, for example, introduction of electric bus. If electric bus is resilient enough, you can imagine if you have in your city only electric buses and you have an electric failure, a huge failure, you cannot offer transportation. That, by the way, it could be very, very rare, because we don't see that in trains and metro, that, by the way, they work with electricity. But it's part of the discussion, and also in the association at UITP level, no? So I think, I don't know if I could answer your question.
So this is something we think and consider for Istanbul as well. For Istanbul, we had three main themes, actually, which is about resilience again. And it's very much part of the general framework we have rolled out recently, because there is a component in our actions to increase this kind of mobility, which is part of the strategy. And in addition to that, in line with harmonization studies, in line with climate change, we are working on different areas like use of energy and use of proper materials. So these are ongoing studies. Let me answer shortly as well. As Michel has said, this is one of the most important issues in terms of resilience. And within the climate context, we have a lot to do. And we have drawn many lessons from recent challenges we had, like during the pandemic. One of the main themes we discussed around in a recent congress we organized in Turkey, and a number of webinars also, we talked about financial resilience within the transportation industry. There was participation from America and from Japan, and we have listened to different examples of best practices and what kind of implementations have been rolled out there. So that kind of sharing of information and experience, which is very much backed up and encouraged by our own platform as well, that those have proven very fruitful. The webinars are for free, and if you would be following our institution on social media, it will be very easy for you to download the past webinars. For example, some cities are more resilient to floods and heavy rains. And what is being done in those cities? What a yellow alarm means, whether schools will be closed down or not. So as UITP, we are encouraging the sharing of that kind of information and best practices. So we would like to thank the three of our speakers and for your participation, for your questions and comments. And this is the end of the session. Thank you to everyone. Thanks.
Oturumun sonunda çok küçük bir anonsumuz olacak ama.
Lazeri var mı? Olur, tamam, birkaç dakika bekleyelim şimdi daha şeyden.
Biraz geçeceğiz. Bundan bilgisini verdim ama özellikle çevirmenler için çok zorlayıcı oluyor uzun saatler.
Tamam.
Mümkün olduğunca belki soru cevabı
Ya benimki zaten şey hani herhalde 20 dakika 25 dakikada bitiririm. Öyle yani evet.
belki toplu soru cevap olabilir. Hani sizin oturumunuzda sonrası için ya da çok kısa alıp geçebilirsiniz. Nasıl arzu ederseniz.
Onu bir sorayım. Hani hemen ardından değerli bir panelimiz olacak, oturumumuz. Bana ve diğer konuşmacılara toptan soruları da
which we will be discussing the issue of life cycle of the building. So the first speaker of this first session of the afternoon will be Ant Akman, who will be covering the issue of the life cycle of the building. Hi, welcome. So, can you check the presentation, please? Thank you. Our subject matter at hand is life cycle of the building. As in terms of the building biologists, we always say how big the scope of a building should be when we are discussing the building at hand. Sustainability is a concept that we all know, are familiar with, and of course we know how wide of a concept it is, followed by resilience, and we were trying to tackle it with the panel members. What is sustainability? So when we try to explain what sustainability to the awareness that we have about the environment, and there is a beautiful definition that I have found so far. Sustainable design is trying to find out how the living continue to survive without hurting, damaging the environment they live in order to provide the continuity of their species. And this is something that we have to also remind ourselves about the work when we are designing a process. Since I am an architect by training, I will try to explain it in full. So what do we do? What you do see here is a forest of small houses surrounding a forest, and that's what we imagine. And when we dream about this, and we always design it and imagine it within this world. So, as a society, since we are so much oppressed, so we feel like as if we are environment friendly, and when we try to also respond to that with the design, it requires a holistic approach. Of course, there is a process design. It's design, it's building, it's construction of a building, its impact and its ecological impact and its social impact have to be also included in the process, and we have to know it in the beginning. That's why we have to have a multidisciplinary approach, bringing sociology and philosophy, and we have to see it as a prioritized one, prioritize this principle, and we have to tackle the subject like that. So there is the phase of a project in the process of its implementation, how we design it. So why do we build a school here? We build a school so that people can come and be educated, which is followed by design and scenario phase. In the B and C, we have architects and also urban planners step in, and then it's implemented, and then it's constructed, and then it is put into use. That's where the actual life starts. So if we don't know what the building will serve for in the beginning, there will be a high probability of making mistakes in the B and C stage. So we have to understand what the goal is, for that building, or what the social impact will be. As the building actors, our jobs will be easier if we know that. Therefore, we have the social engineering impact, and today, with the management of our perception, we can just try to sell this building to people as if it's a green building, and we can also serve it, and we can also become really successful with that. So people think that they are living in an ecological structure when they are able to have plants in their balconies, and it can be easily imposed on them. About the life cycle, and we need to discuss that issue as well. About the life cycle issue, the matter at hand, the energy that is used in the construction of the buildings, because that's where the biggest share lies. Of course, if we need to make a comparison, a simple comparison of the material used in the window frames, and also if you compare the amount of energy used in the production of these materials, the first one is wood, the second is plastic, the third one is aluminum, and the fourth one is a combination of wood and plastic. So as an architect, we have to also, in terms of the carbon footprint and also its life cycle, and we can do that for all buildings. This is a cycle that you all know of, how the raw material is extracted and how the acquisition takes place. Then it's turned into a material using energy, turned into manufacturing. We use it, and at the end of its life, we're talking about a 60-year period of time in buildings. So in Japan, they knock it down in the 61st year because the material is old. And after using it for 60 years, and we also come to a possible phase of disposal, are we able to recycle it, or should we dispose it as it is? So only the time frame of 60 years for its use what kind of an impact does it have when we use it? It has a direct impact on human health. It has a direct impact on the environment, and also it has a social impact on the society, and also it needs the building sector because of the renovations and upgrades during the time it's used. Considering the life cycle of a building, this is only a certain small part of it. So we cannot just limit it to the 60 years, and we're not in a position where we are able to just limit it with the 60 years. As I mentioned earlier, this part, the period which covers from the raw materials extraction and also how the material is used, requires a lot of energy, and we have to minimize this energy as well. And the calculations saw that this, if we can, recycling does not actually cause any kind of a environmentalist impact as its original terms, because there's a huge so there is a mitigation zone, and this area is the point where we are coming to a bottleneck in the life cycle phase of the one. So in order to just tell you how much of a consumption we have, it can be any kind of building, could be a school, a place where you live, and we need this kind of building, and we have to also make a decision. And our goal is to build a sustainable building, to be able to build a sustainable structure. So I'm just going to use the window frames as an example, and if considering this kind of impact through the perspective of the window frame, this is where it starts. So we start to consume energy and consume also resources. So while we do that, we are going to also extract natural materials. We have teams, we have used energy, we have used resources, so it could be fuel, could be fossil fuels, could be solar power, could be wind, just to be able to extract the raw material from its actual origin. And there is this also scenario of the manufacturing of the material. There is also the other sector of transportation. Whether it's coming from a quarry or a forest, it needs to be transferred to the actual place of manufacturing. So you have to also include all the other different parts and elements of transportation. So we are just approaching to the manufacturing of the aluminum window frames. There's also another sector of transportation. Let's say that we have extracted aluminum and also managed to carry it to the place where it's going to be produced into a product. And let's say that we have chosen the material and the construction phase has started, as you can see, after completing this construction phase. So we have our window frame, the aluminum window frame. Actually, there's so much of energy consumption, and there are so many sectors, business sectors in the background. So we see a major difference between choosing a window frame made out of aluminum that is in consumption of high resources, or another type of window frame that uses low resources. There's a big difference. It goes for climatization, electrical infrastructure, ventilation, for all the other elements, and also the furniture industry that has been involved in choosing the furniture for that particular building, and it all comes down to one house, nothing else. A house that is going to host and accommodate us for a period of 60 years at its maximum level. So the building material that we have chosen matter, and it becomes a huge factor depending on what we choose. So we can also provide energy and also save energy by choosing the right material, and we can also save energy by choosing the actual type of production, and it also is embedded in the energy that is consumed in the production of that material. So that's what is the main issue is at hand. So let's talk it through the means of the single building. This is in Kadıovacık biohouse. All those approach that I have tried to explain here was implemented here so that it can become a reality. So we call it Kadıovacık biohouse. So we wanted to establish a healthy structure, on-site and suitable design, environment-friendly with proper material. And on the issue of human and environmental health, we have chosen the interior elements and the interior walls and the framework and the floor covers and the flooring. And we decided to choose the material. Although it's not difficult, it's not easy to read the building as it is. When you look at it from outside, the actual main carrying system, the system that carries the roof within the building, is chosen specifically based on the material that is produced and manufactured using less resources. For the very first time, Metsim company has carried out a carbon footprint of this building, and Metsim Sustainability Consulting used the data provided to it and also has established these categories using the internationally approved rules. So it has a floor plan of 226 meters square, and its carbon footprint is about 121 tons of carbon dioxide, and has 535 kilograms of carbon dioxide per meter square in the gross meter square percentile. So when you compare it to the other examples from abroad, from Europe, which are comparing it to the other environment-friendly buildings, these values are almost half as much as the other environment-friendly, so-called environment-friendly buildings. So the foundation is made out of a concrete foundation. It's the official building. In order to make sure that we have a building license, we have to just use this kind of material in the foundation of this building. So we try to also create a carbon footprint distribution of the basic building units. So 79% of the carbon footprint lies in the foundation. The roof, which is made out of wood and adobe, provides 8% of the carbon footprint. The outer facade has a 6% share in the carbon dioxide footprint. And as you can see, the 79% of the carbon footprint comes from the foundation, and which makes the big difference. And we wanted to also show you, it is in simplest terms, in the visual manner. The foundation only constitutes 17% of the actual structure. The rest of the structure, the upper part of the building, consists 83% of the whole structure. But the foundations cause 79% of the carbon footprint. And the upper structure, which is made out of wood and adobe, because it's made using these materials, only has a share of 21% of the carbon footprint. If we had built the building with an actual concrete structure, the numbers would seriously change in a complete different direction. thanks to the photovoltaic energy generation system installed in the roof, will also allow us to diminish and mitigate the carbon footprint, which we were only able to install 2 years after the building had been built. This is the first of its kind. The total carbon footprint is half as much as a regular house in Europe. So we have a solar energy GES integration allowed us to pay it back to the grid, and we can also provide a lot of savings. And you deduct it from the carbon emissions, we have a carbon surplus. So it's a basic building built with 80% of natural construction materials. And I'll follow from there, trying to give you more information about the inner world of this building. You have a wooden structure. The insulation material is the wheat. It could have been a rock wool or some other common construction material. The heat insulation value and the performance values are the same, but the glass wool and the rock wool has a huge impact on human health, and in terms of the energy used in the actual production of these materials, the weed insulation material is far off the charts actually. So, and this is actually a material that we can produce, and it's not chemically treated. It's as simply just bound together with a simple wire, and it's the easiest material you use. So it's also legally acknowledged in Germany because of the norms provided by religion and DIN norms as well. And the Adobe on one side have high heat storage capacity. And what is more important here, Adobe material, Adobe bricks require very few, small amount of energy in its actual production. Since it's prepared in an oven, the life cycle also is extended, and also the plaster is that is used in the interior walls require earthenware material. So we we tried our best efforts to make sure that the acclimatization of the building will be an active manner, so that we would refrain from any kind of climatization, so that we wouldn't need any kind of air conditioning systems. So with the cross ventilation, so we allowed the rising warm air to be discharged off the house, thanks to the structure of the Adobe brick buildings, by creating shadows. And we tried to make sure that the summer sun rays are in contact with the interior walls to prevent the heating of the building. And in winter, for heating, so you can also see it as the resistance system that you would install on the back window of your car, and the wires are also installed in the back of the earthenware covered plaster. So we have installed them by opening carving out channels, and the Adobe brick wall that has been covered with earthenware plaster, and it requires a very simple touch screen, allows you to control the system in general. So the energy generated off the solar photovoltaic cells are actually stored to keep the walls warm during winter. And here is what we have done. The mass heat acquired through summer is used in fall. And the red screen shows you the temperature in summer, because in summer this temperature may go up to 35 degrees centigrade, and in fall, in autumn, this temperature of the walls will start to continue go lower. And usually, considering the geographical conditions of this area, it may be in September, October, never late as in November, when we realize the wall temperature is up to 20, 21 degrees centigrade. We use this touch screen to adjusted to make sure it goes up to 22. So until the next spring, we keep the walls as warm as that. So the building is never heated from zero, ground level. We always use the summer mass heat and the summer mass temperature of the building so that it will be heated at a higher temperature. No other material will provide you that except for the additive brick that is used. It just heats up slowly and it cools off very slowly. So it's usually used for buildings that are used when you live on a regular basis. So it's not the right solution if you're going to your summer house and you cannot heat your summer house right away.
So this is, again, an example for passive acclimatization. This cross systems, and there are windows which are open throughout the year. So we have windows above and below where the direct sunlight is let in, and during summer months, for example, the windows below are shuttered down. The shutters are closed, so the interior is enlightened sufficiently in a natural way. And lastly, again about this building, a couple of images from the interior. These are again mud surfaces, and we have wooden floor tilings. Of course, you should not place cupboards in front of it. It should be open so that it is very much about the natural heating that comes up, so that it could be acclimatized appropriately during summer and winter seasons. A number of other images from the building, and I think this is the last one from the terrace. Again, this area is used during summer, and reeds are used to create some shadowy areas. And again, it's all about making use of the sunlight in a natural way. We want the sunbeams to come through these reeds. So depending on the season, the terraces are kept open or closed. And lastly, let us share a number of other examples from the world. And then I will be moving on to the panel. Of course, there are some other studies that have been carried out. One of them is in Turkey, Gökçeber village on the peninsula of in the Muğla province. Of course, it's difficult to read out the figures from there, but the presentations will be shared with you. So again, based on a life cycle analysis, it is shown amongst the best practices around the world. Another example from Germany, in Rosenheim, another structure. Again, it's made of mud brick. And this is the floor tilings. Bricks are used, and then it's again a mud brick structure. We have the insulation and ventilation systems mentioned previously. This is the Causa publishing house. I think it was published. It was established 3 years ago, and they have published a book in Switzerland about buildings as such. So they have 21 examples chosen from the world, from different parts of the world. So the IBN Institute is in this book as well. This is the Herba farm. It's a very simple structure, but actually it's the very reason why it has been selected for this book, just because of its simplicity. So that means we don't have to think in complex terms all the time. This is the last slide, again from Germany. This is a selection made by the Ministry of Environment, again from 2013, a wooden structure. And again, the figures and values are on the slide. So Well, we have many other data and figurative pieces of information which could be diversified and you can collect more and more data. But instead of dancing along with numbers all the time, today I would like to focus more on principles and on a holistic perspective. This was what I have tried to do. What do we really mean when we say sustainability, and what it means to raise awareness in issues of environment and acclimatization systems and so on. But we are responsible for the energy consumed to produce these green materials as well. That means we really need to have a holistic approach and think the backdrop of things as well. We have 3 minutes left, and I would like to thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, we can have 1 or 2 questions during these last 3 minutes, and then we will move on with the panel. Yes, please. Well, thank you for your presentation and for the valuable information you have furnished us with. I have 2 questions. I mean, you talked about reeds and other sorts of materials that you have used or which have been used, and I think you have also talked about hay and how that material is used. So do you have any problems when you are trying to issue construction permits or zoning permits because you're using different materials? And secondly, you talked about keeping the walls warm. So if you have underground water sources, why have you chosen walls to create warmth? Well, we don't have any issues with legislations and permits, because what they look essentially is the foundation and the how the building stands. So we have 3 options. It's mud, soil, concrete, or steel. So wooden constructs are our priority. We use them as a bearing system. But even if we would have to use concrete as a conveyor or as a load-bearing system, it's not a great issue, because when we use concrete in the carrier systems, in the conveyor systems, we are talking about like 15 or 20% of the building, and you can ignore this 20% and you can still use natural materials for the remaining 80% of the building. So they don't have any issues with that, actually. This is what I'm trying to say. And in the zoning permits, you are asked to provide the authorities with heat insulation system. And the most important thing for you is to use materials which are registered, because in Turkey, heat insulation systems are produced with materials like hay, reed, and rubber, and many other natural materials. And hemp is also used among many others. So, for example, we have rolled out a project and delivered the papers related to it, and they have asked me what that is all about, and they have asked the physical value, I mean, how much that would cost. So they have just looked at the list and signed it. So it's a process of transition in Turkey, if you like. So natural construction materials will be part of the legislations gradually. Floor heating systems, yeah. The floor heating, that might be an option, but from below to top, it heats up the air. And since the air is coming through the windows, and it enables the particles in the air to rotate in mid-air. So underfloor heating is not the best solution we have for our challenges, because when you use it and disseminate it on larger surfaces like the floor, like the walls, instead of the floors, because on the wall the temperature is rising above 23 centigrade degrees, for example. So that should be made use of. So this was the Q&A session. Thank you for your questions. Now we are moving on to our panel. Thank you again. Our next session will be from grey to green, sustainable built environment. And Akman will be moderating, and we will have our speakers as Bolorma, Ilhami, and Sanem and Zeynep. Well, I think you can hear me. It's me again. Now we have another inspiring panel. Our distinguished speakers have taken up their seats. Zeynep Özleyiş Çetin and Bolorma Jamsranyav.
Kendisi söyleyecek peki.
Sanem Şener Özbil and Ilhami Akkum. Before giving the floor to them, I'm going to introduce them very briefly. So this is how we got prepared. Let me start with Zeynep Hanım. So she was born in 1971 on May the 19th in Üsküdar in Istanbul, and she got her primary and secondary and high school education in Çanakkale. In 1994, she got her graduation from Istanbul Technical University from the Department of Urban and Regional Planning. In 1995, she started working for the Çanakkale municipality. Between 2000 and 2015, she has taken up the position of Zoning and Urbanization Directorate Manager. So since January 2015, she's working as the Deputy Mayor. Our second speaker is Ilhami Akkum. He started his career in 1984. He worked for the construction industry, and he has taken up some international position. He is currently working at Atlas and Hedef Portfolio Management companies. He got his degree from Boğaziçi University, and he completed his PhD at Istanbul Okan University, and at İTÜ Faculty of Sciences. He's also delivering courses in the area of real estate and investment. Sanem Şener Özbil, our next speaker, works for Bektek Dye and Chemical Company. She's a graduate of Istanbul Technical University, Department of Chemistry. She completed her PhD at the University of Miami in the USA, and then she started working in Turkey for Bektek Company. She has different positions within the company. Now she's still working for the Insulation Group as a product manager. Ms. Bolorma is the CEO of Urban Construction Development LLC. She is our guest, and she's the one who comes from the farthest regions. She's working for the Urban Construction Development, and she is aiming to roll out a transformation project focusing on creating communities and developing affordable residentials with energy-efficient solutions in the Ger region. And she got her MA from the New South Wales University in Australia in the area of urban planning. So the first speaker will be Zeynep Hanım. The floor is yours. Well, thank you for the introduction. Welcome, everyone. After Alp Bey's presentation, my presentation will somehow be different. So you can evaluate whether we have done what is the right thing to do or not. If you permit, I would like to share with you a short video before the presentation. Can we have the sound as well, please? Yes.
gün ışığına duyarlı armatürler, ışık yoğunluğuna göre otomasyonla ortam ışık düzeyini ayarlamaktadırlar. Çatıdan ve teraslardan sifonik sistem ile toplanan yağmur suları 75 tonluk yağmur suyu deposunda peyzaj sunamasında kullanılmak üzere depolanmaktadır. Gri su dediğimiz lavabolardaki atık suların arıtılarak klozetlerde kullanılmasına olanak sağlayan sistemle birlikte lavabolarda da su tasarrufu sağlayan fotoselli bataryalar kullanılmıştır. Binanın ısı ihtiyacını karşılayan kojenerasyon cihazı ile elektrik üretilerek artan baca ısısı hem ısıtma hem de soğutmada kullanılmaktadır. Binamızda bu sistem ile 143 kW elektrik ile birlikte 207 kW ısıtma ve soğutma enerjisi üretilmektedir. %50 bağıl nem ile şartlandırılmış hava, chilled beam cihazı üzerinden soğutucu nozullardan geçerek mekanı soğutmaktadır. Kullanılan sistem ile klima bakım maliyeti ve drenaj maliyeti bulunmamaktadır. Cam önlerinde geniş cam yüzeylerde termal konfor sağlamak amacıyla yer tasarrufu ve ortamı çok kısa sürede istenen sıcaklığa getirmesi sebebiyle yer konvektörleri tercih edilmiştir. Toplam 27.083 metrekare kapalı alana sahip yapıda zemin altı birimleri, müdürlüklere ait arşiv alanları, 172 araçlık 6.602 metrekarelik kapalı otopark alanı, 800 kişilik 855 metrekarelik çok amaçlı salon, 370 kişilik 400 metrekarelik nikah salonu, 690 metrekarelik fuaye alanları, 800 metrekarelik çökertilmiş avlu, hizmet alanları ve tebrik fuaye alanlarından oluşmaktadır. Zemin üstü birimleri 84 kişi kapasiteli 275 metrekarelik meclis salonu, kent meydanı üzerinden girişli 404 metrekarelik sanat galerisi ve müdürlük modüllerinden oluşmaktadır. Ofisler mümkün olduğunca açık büro anlayışıyla, net hacimlerin modüler olarak bölünmesiyle de esnek ve dönüştürülebilir nitelikte tasarlanmıştır. Alt zemin kattan itibaren tüm yapı koridorları üzeri cam çatıyla kapatılmış galeri boşluğu sayesinde gün ışığından direkt olarak fayda sağlamaktadır. Çelik makaslar arasına yerleştirilen masif ahşap panellerle ses yansımalarının minimuma indirilmesi, akustik konforun arttırılması ve güneş ışınlarından kontrollü şekilde faydalanılması hedeflenmiştir. Hem çalışanlarımızın hem de hizmet alan kentlilerimizin konforunun ön planda tutulduğu bu çok özellikli bina, aynı zamanda kentin sosyo-kültürel yaşamına ve kent silüetine de büyük katkı sağlamaktadır. 2023 Mart ayı itibariyle hizmet vermeye başlayan Yeşil Yerel Yönetim ve Kültür Merkezi binası, çalışmalarında çevre faktörünü her daim ilk planda tutan Çanakkale Belediyesi'nin en önemli çevre yatırımlarından birisidir.
Galiba yeşil bina sözcüğü son derece önemli.
Kente Troya'dan sonra, 18 Mart 1915'ten sonra, Assos'tan sonra, Kaz Dağı'ndan sonra yepyeni bir ivme kazandıracaktır. Yeni bir değer kazandıracaktır.
Belediyesi var diyecek yani.
İlk zannediyorum. Olacaktır. Çanakkale Belediyesi dolayısıyla öncüdür.
Son derece önemli. Yeri de çok iyi.
Kaleye reklam yapabilecek bir özelliğe sahip.
Çanakkale için de çok önemli.
Çanakkale'ye tabii ki çok şey katacak. Cesaret gerektiren bir binadır.
Çevreye duyarlı, öncü bir proje değil.
Korkman'ın söylediği söz aklıma geliyor. Yani Türkiye'de Çanakkale'yi tanırlar.
Aşağı yukarı ben 89'dan beri buradayım. Belediyemizin eski halini de biliyorum. Yeni halini de çok güzel oldu. Bizim için yani kullanım şey olarak yakınlaştı. Bu tarafa bir canlılık getirdi. Çok memnunuz yani.
Efendim ben 74'ten beri Çanakkale'liyim. Fotoğrafçılık işiyle sektöründeyim yani. İşte belediyeyi eski binasını da biliyoruz, yeni binasını gördük. Gayet güzel olmuş. İyi oldu. Çanakkale güzel davet etti.
Ben Ahmet Kıvan Başoğlu. Çanakkale esnaflarında otogarda ilk açıldığında girdim. Bugüne kadar hala hizmet vermekteyiz Çanakkale'mize.
Ben Mimar Ferda Oral. Kent meydanı oluştu. İlk önce onu bu kavşakta, dört yol ağzında, belediye binasının önündeki bir meydancık. Yeni bir toptan sonra, top meydanında dediğimiz herkesin randevu verdiği meydandan sonra artık ikinci bir meydanımız var. Binamız güzel. Zaten yarışmayla elde edilen bir bina. Emeği geçen herkese bu arada da teşekkür edelim şehrimize bu binayı kazandırdığı için. Bir de bu binanın özelliği var. Tabii yeşil bina olması ve enerji yönetiminin olabilmesi. Çanakkale için, şehrimiz için örnek. Biz mimarlar için ne yapabiliriz şeklinde bu konudaki çabalarımız ne olabilir şeklindeki örnek. Yani bu bina bence iyi oldu. Şehrimize yeni bir hava getirdi meydanımıza. Hayırlı olsun diliyorum.
Merhaba, ben Mimar Berna Öz. Mimar olarak gayet başarılı buluyorum. Çok şeffaf bir yönetim olması sebebiyle belediyenin bu kurala, bu projeyle uyduğuna inanıyorum. Meydan olması o açıdan çok güzel. Çok üstün bir başarı sağlamış durumda belediye şu an. O yüzden de Ülgür Başkanımıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Bu bir örnek proje olmuş oldu bu şehircilik için, şehir için. İnşallah çalışan arkadaşlarımız da bu güzel yapıyla birlikte daha güzel, başarılı, sağlıklı, mutlu, hepsi huzurlu bir şekilde işlerine devam ederler. Her şey çok güzel olsun Çanakkale adına.
Değerli kentlilerim, bu binanın açılışını 2023 yılında yani Cumhuriyetimizin 100. yılında yapıyor olmanın gururunu yaşıyorum. Bizim belediyelerimiz halktan aldığı emaneti koruyan pek çok konuda öncü belediyelerdir. İşte bu binada yönetim anlayışımızın şeffaflığını, ulaşılabilirliğini ve çevreye duyarlılığını gösteren canlı bir örnektir. Projemiz iklim değişiklikleri ve çağdaş mimarlık bağlamında örnek bir yapı olsun, adı da Yeşil Yerel Yönetim Binası olsun dedik. Bugüne dek hayata geçirdiğimiz pek çok öncü, sürdürülebilir projelerin belediyesi olmaktan duyduğum gururla Yeşil Yerel Yönetim ve Kültür Merkezimizin Çanakkale'mize hayırlı ve uğurlu olmasını diliyor, zeminden çatıya emeği geçen herkese tek tek teşekkür ediyorum. Ellerinize, emeklerinize sağlık.
Well, thank you for watching the video. Of course, the video speaks for itself, so you have an idea about the building. But what I would like to share with you is why we have done something like this. These are some compulsory services, but we have another idea, and we think that we need to have some sample projects and exemplary ones to set a role model for others. So the building previously was a garage building, and in 2012 we had a competition, an architectural design contest, and we did not come up with any limitations, but our priority was that the building should be self-sufficient and sustainable, and it has to be a project which could turn the building into a point of attraction, if you like. So many applications were done, and some projects suggested like building smaller buildings, a group of smaller buildings surrounded by trees and green areas. So we really questioned ourselves like what we should do. But since this was a public building, there were a number of things we could not do without. It was at the crossroads, and it was a place where people could meet with one another. So it had to have different functions, very much like a municipal building. Some services could be within the building and some others outside. So the building had to be built in a transparent manner, so the transparent building. So together with our board of juries, we have just browsed through the applications. In 2012, we had been criticized severely because we wanted it to be a green project, and it was like they came up with an idea which was like the building was supposed to be situated within a large green park area. But then we have explained ourselves that sustainability was not all about green areas and trees. And then we have started working on the details. We knew that we had to use some materials, natural materials, and many of them were not produced in Turkey. So as you can see, we are talking about a closed area of 10,000 square meters and an open area of 20,000 square meters. So the building can use sunlight and rain and turn them into energy, which makes it self-sufficient. And the design of the building is able to answer all sorts of different needs by the users. Despite the fact that we had some problems during the process and we were late in our timeline due to economic reasons, we were able to complete the project. The building is windproof. That means it can preserve the warm air in its interior. As you have seen in the video, the roof is covered with solar panels. We have used half of our time. So with this exemplary project led by the municipality, it was great to see that a public building could be self-sufficient and sustainable and green, and we wanted to be a role model. So thank you for listening. So the video has already spoken for itself anyhow. Thank you. So we wish every municipality could have such a building. Now we have to make use of our time efficiently. Let me hand over to İlhami Bey. He will be talking to us about the concept of resilience, and I'm very curious about what he has to say. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to do my best to make use of my time efficiently. I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me. Resilience is an important concept, and this was what I wanted to talk about, because we are talking about important concepts here, and we need to see the breakdown of things. So what do we really mean by resilience? How can we discuss around this concept? So the organizing committee has very kindly accepted my proposal for this presentation. So resilience and beyond is the subtitle. So please move on with the slides. We can run the presentation. Do you have a clicker? Yeah. Oh, thank you. So you can download the presentation from the Congress website, so you can download it from here. So in Turkish, resilience means somehow like durability and being able to resist forces coming from outside. But resilience as a concept also includes other concepts, and it's related to other meanings like sustainability and others, and we have to consider it, because don't misunderstand me. There is no consensus in the Turkish version of the word resilience, Perhaps we can ask this to our audience, like to see what they understand when they hear the word resilience. Because, of course, this is a semantic and linguistic discussion, and I have no intention to roll out such a discussion around the semantics, but resilience in the Turkish language has no agreed upon translation. So whatever the Turkish version is, resilience is closely related to risk management. This is a scientific fact. Because if we are going to talk about resilience of a building or an environment or a municipal building and so on, that means they need to have a portfolio of risk management procedures, like they should know beforehand what potential risks that they have and what they can do and what kind of steps they can take to manage those risks, which is, of course, closely related to the ecosystem. And so these are also procedures and implementation. This is one issue. And another issue is that when we talk about resilience, prevention is another main concept. It also includes that meaning which we call the workers' safety and security. In the English language, safety and security have slightly different meanings. So, of course, the culture of safety should be installed within the institution in question, and preventive care. So the Turkish version very much overlaps with the English concept. If you're a bus company, you might have another cluster of preventive care, but if you are a municipality, things are different. Or if you are a factory, or if we are talking about a larger scale like that of a country, they might have differences. But in any case, from preventive care, we move on to preparedness, because there is a close relation between the two concepts as well. If I'm talking about an organization or a company to be resilient, then you need to acknowledge and mention a process of preparation and being prepared. So that requires some initial workings and steps to be taken. And that very much boils down an effort to build capabilities. This is a tripartite cluster with three main pillars, if you like, and the resilience concept refers to these three areas. And another concept is that you need to have warning systems. You need to be able to monitor everything going on in your country or in your municipal region. So this is all about, as I have said, early warning systems. And in the Kandilli Observatory, of course, there is an array of actions like that. So how you will decide, or what your decision-making process will be when, like, an earthquake happens, and when the incident occurs, you need to come up with a kind of reaction to it. So that means you will need a kind of synchronization and communication amongst the stakeholders of the community you're talking about. And the ecosystem needs to be able to handle all these variables. As this cartoon, this comic shows, no matter what the potential damage might be, you need to find a way out to minimize it and mitigate the risks. Of course, it's very crucial and critical to be able to discuss around these potential risks.
We have to just move towards improvement or recuperation, because we talked about some kind of preventive care. And so you have to be ready for unplanned maintenance. So we have to be in a position where we can encounter repairability. So our company or our institution should be in a position where we have already measured the repairability of this ecosystem. We use scope or 100 means like it's perfect. So it's not like where you just get ready to go on the road when it's time to go on the road. So you have to be prepared beforehand. So the autonomy abilities should be already acquired. So we shouldn't wake the boss up when there is an emergency. If something unpleasant comes up, we have the abilities and the skills of resilience. If it's a situation that's dire, requiring these abilities of accountability, then we have to be in a position where we go and evaluate that and assess that, considering the previous implementation, so that we can have a better solution implemented in the ecosystems. So AI has become our eyes and hands, and it's going to become even more important in the future, and it's going to be a major instrument to be able to use this. So deep neural networks, and we also have the learnable components, and there are other tools where we can use in our municipalities, companies, individual institutions, and we will be using these kind of resilience tools, because when you wake up at 3 in the morning, you would not be looking for the expert to consult with so that you can come up with a solution. And I'm sure there should be a way, easier way to do that. There are certain techniques and methodologies which I will not go into detail, but the machine learning and neural guided deductive search can be something that we can immediately start using. It's a cluster of tools. There are a cluster of tools. So this is a very famous management coach called Peter Drucker. You can't measure it, you can't manage it, says Peter Drucker. And that's why robustness is totally related with resilience as well. So you have to be stand on your 2 feet and as sound as possible. Whether it's a company or a municipality or a local authority, when you're tackling the issue of resilience, you have to also measure and assess the robustness of it as well. There's a very important aspect here. Yes, we have machines and we can teach them, but human beings are totally immersed in it. It's the human beings are the backbone of this. So the most important carrier of the whole process is human being. When you have human intervention, reinforcement learning should be a part of it, along with AI, which also may be able to introduce a new type of human beings. If you're over 60, you will remember this bionic man. Well, we will be a bit bionized. Don't be scared, because AI is user-friendly at the same time. Of course, when you consider all the list of demands, and if you're going to talk about the resilience, and I'm very happy to see a full house right now, which means that everybody is aware of the importance of the resilience, and the main concept of the meeting that we are participating is called resilience, and we are in the right place discussing the right subject, and we are in the right time to discuss it. And I'm thankful for carrying this subject as a hot topic on our agenda. So the song is not over yet. We will continue to discuss it, and I thank you for listening to me, and maybe we can also talk about what resilience is when you have questions, and I can answer them. Thank you so much, İlhan Bey, for your contributions. Now I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Sanem. Of course, a very indispensable part of our subject is the building materials. We have talked about design. We talked about savings through design, but the building materials do matter, which is the gist of it all, actually, as far as I have understand. And we're listening to you. Hi, hello again. So I have been working in the material sector. I am the only representative from the material manufacturing sector, and I'm going to take you to a complete different corner. So I'm going to talk about this ethics, which is an abbreviation for the building outer facade insulation systems. the main concept of the Marmara Urban Forum, Maruf, is resilience and beyond, which has given us important information. I would like to talk a little bit about the resilient buildings, if you allow me. This image is from the World Green Building Council's publication, and it is about the buildings that are sustainable, and that's how they have built up this kind of image. Is about economy and how the building resilience has an impact on climate change and for people and economies. If you have noticed, some of the images are framed in red color. All of the goals are related to heat insulation, actually. So the sustainable design has been a subject that has been tackled by several different architects and have been defined and have been told. And also, Mr. Ant also has shared very nice examples about sustainable design and how it should be implemented. They all have common principles. So design matters, and the sustainable design and sustainable building materials and waste management and water conservation also is another important principle. And indoor air quality is also important. Maybe energy efficiency is one of the hot topics, and it will become even more problems. So indoor air quality is a hot topic that we have started talking about as well. And that's in terms of energy efficiency, we have so much data. We have so many references, and based on the previous references, you can see the energy consumption distribution both on sector basis in local level in Turkey as well as in the EU. So when you compare it to the numbers of 2021, the consumption in household is almost close to the consumption in industrial sector. So EU, the household consumption of energy is almost close to the industrial consumption. So households are responsible for a high amount of energy consumption. So we have also the buildings and the household buildings are responsible for the 36% of the greenhouse emissions and our carbon dioxide. So the information that you see in the image is something that we keep updating every year as a company, and it's also a proud moment for us. So Betek Dalmaçyalı has been our brand that we have entered the market 18 years, and we have seen it as a social responsibility project. Along with the data, we have continued to contribute to sustainability in every single party that we have been interacting with. And according to that, in 20 years, along with our selling more than 235 million meters square of products for heat insulation, providing comfortable life for more than 9.5 million people, and saved natural gas at the value of 65 billion Turkish lira, and we have prevented 28 million ton carbon dioxide equivalent of greenhouse emissions. What does that mean? This amount that has been prevented for emissions is 21 times of the carbon dioxide emissions that has been released from the forests in Bolu. And I'm sure a lot of people in this room would know about the thermal insulation, and we have also students in the room, and in order to prevent any kind of the facts that are known as facts but are incorrect actually. So any kind of external thermal insulation composite system, which is abbreviated as ETICS, is system that has been used where you have a set of materials applied on top of each other. And we keep saying that for thermal insulation, you have to apply a system rather than a single product, because these individuals are also, these individual materials are used as thermal insulation materials. But when you apply it on the outer external facade, and if we expect it to perform for longer years, and of course, we are also talking about what kind of energy has been consumed during the manufacturing of these kind of materials. And to make it durable will be the biggest step that you can take to make sure that they are sustainable. So if you want these kind of materials, these thermal insulation materials to be as durable and as usable, as long as the building is usable and durable, then we will have to make sure that the system lasts. Considering the resources in terms of energy management, in terms of the energy efficiency, there are so many different measures to be taken, especially in individual buildings. There are so many measures that we can take. Considering the references and the resources in EU, in order to prevent the whole building energy assessment, we can also build the thermal bridges and thermal performance. And we also have a problem in Europe about the roof insulation, and we can take several different measures. So including these measures to be taken, thermal insulation is not mentioned because it's also a subject that has to be taken as a measure anymore. Actually, we use 5 centimeter thickness if we can apply it. And I'm going to give you a very interesting number. 70% of our buildings are not up to the thermal insulation. You can see it in this image that considering the energy thermal insulation within the building, we start with the material, and we also realize that and when considering the interior of a particular building, and we started talking about the zero energy buildings, and we have started seeing good examples of that. Another hot topic that we started talking about is the indoor air quality in buildings. And almost 2 years ago, we have started a project where we have studied the impact of the indoor air qualities, impact of indoor air quality on human beings' lives. And we have worked with our professor, Dr. Miktat Kadıoğlu, who has supported us in every single part of the project. And another part of the project is the study of this indoor air quality on human health. We have worked from Professor Dr. Bülent Karadağ, who is the head of the Department of Medical Faculty for Pediatric Health and Pediatric Respiratory System. And we have established 2 houses. This is the garden of our factory or mills in Gebze. We have 2 different, completely individual but completely identical structures. The only difference between these 2 buildings, one is insulated, one is not insulated. To understand the impact of air installations, both in terms of the energy efficiency and to measure it at the same time. As a result, we had striking results in terms of the thermal comfort. The indoor air temperature had been quite different in 2 of these buildings, both in terms of summer and in terms of winter. We have also acquired data depending on the seasons, on several different days where there were different meteorological incidents. There has been a major temperature difference between day and night. And we could also see what kind of a change has occurred between the house that has been insulated and the other house that has not been insulated. And we have also tried to use air conditioning systems in both houses to understand, and made measures where the air conditioning unit was not working, and to understand the changes within the indoor space. And we also made calculations and measurements both in the temperature of the walls, both indoors and outdoors. And that has been, we have also measured the indoor air quality based on an individual who is supposed to be seated or who is not supposed to be seated. And also we had another sensor to measure the difference in the indoor air quality between the top of the head and also in the chest. Last but not least, we also have observed a microbiological growth in the house that was not been insulated. Molding occurred immediately. And our Professor Plant has studied what this kind of molding was, and this was a penicillium, so any kind of building that is not insulated properly. This occurs, which we call humidity. And last but not least, our Professor Bülent has conducted a survey to represent the whole of Turkey. We have held a survey in 800 households. As a result of that survey, especially in houses where you have mold, which did not also have thermal insulations, and we have seen that the frequency of asthma attacks and COPD and bronchitis has been 50%, where it is also 22% where there is no mold, which is a thermally insulated house. And we will also see that the temperature increase has changed. There's a time-lapse video, very briefly, showing how we have built our houses. As I mentioned, the only difference between these two structures is the thermal insulation applied on the outer facades of the buildings. The remaining and all, including the flooring coverings, have been built using the same kind of material and the same kind of systems. And you can also see the thermal insulation applied on the building. And thermal insulation included a system that was installed to measure all the measurements supported by the Meteorological Institute. So you can also find all the remaining material and also find our study in the solution labyrinth. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you, Ms. Sanem. So I'd like to give the floor to our next speaker, who is going to be Bolorma Yamsranyav. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Ulaanbaatar, capital city of Mongolia, is confronted with ESG challenges. The city's expansion hasn't matched its rapid growth, resulting in insufficient infrastructure with the Ger district, where traditional Mongolian house and non-standard houses predominantly exist. This deficiency in infrastructure has subsequently given rise to elevated pollution levels, casting a detrimental impact on public health. While the air quality in Darkhan city is relatively better than that in UB, Darkhan is emerging city as one of the largest cities in Mongolia, experiencing population growth in recent years. Without proactive planning for a comfortable and healthy environment that caters to the needs of its residents, there is a potential risk of repairing challenges faced by UB. So in Darkhan, Smart Cities Forum held in this June aligns with the governments of Mongolia's long-term policies and framework. This initiative is supported. What happened? It's red. This initiative is supported by the European Union through the Friendship Project. Darkhan City, driven by a strong ambition to establish a model and concept for a smart city, is taking the lead in Mongolia by initiating the creation of Smart Cities Union. Today, we are delighted to share with you a case studies featuring my company, UCD, CALE project, which was implemented in Ulaanbaatar. And also, we will explore Finland's experience in producing sustainable building environment by block solutions. Mr. Marcus is there. So we will discuss
Sayın Markus da
and plan to be applied in the Darkhan province in the near future. Priorities to these case studies, UCD's parent company, Gund Investment and TOS Solution, in partnership with the International Councils of Systems Engineering, officially announced new product from the Smart City Initiative. INCOSE Smart Cities Initiative proposes a human-centric model to help city authorities to make decisions with human needs in mind, and also to support communities in developing their smart cities, concepts, applications, technologies, and services by leveraging system engineering tools and principles. We have implemented CALE project, which stands for Create an Accord Living Environment. The purpose of CALE project is to provide long-term, professional, and sustainable services to transform residents-owned properties into energy-efficient houses by integrating engineering infrastructure and fostering socially responsible communities among residents. The implementation of our project, we transformed a single house
de tek bir evi canlı bir topluluğa yaşayabileceği bir
each building using different technologies. After testing this structure for 4 years, we are proud to report that the third building has demonstrated remarkable energy efficiency and minimal heat loss. The overall EUI for the whole project CALE development were per square meter 115 kilowatt annually, which is about 70% lower than the energy consumption for non-apartment buildings. Not only addresses technology challenges, but also introduce a novel way of communal, resilient, and smart living, fostering a comfortable living environment, affordability, and shared sense of purpose among residents. Now, you can watch the case study from Finland. Oh. How can I? Sorry. And, yeah.
EcoBlock is injection molded construction block made out of recycled PP plastic and wooden fiber. There is no other construction blocks like this in the world, and it's low-cost way to build.
With this, you can build so much faster. We can build a 5-classroom school in 5 days, and it's going to last 100+ years. So knowing that these homes and schools can be passed on for generations, you think of the value for the country over the long run, is significant.
The 2018 earthquake is so horrible for us. In total, 10 earthquakes affected 218,224 students and damaged to 1,138 of the units of school. By having the factory of eco-block in our province, we believe that it will create solutions to our waste problem, as well as contributing to the local economy. The factory will show our society that there is a smart solution to overcome waste problem.
My grander vision hope is that the first factory gets built here, and this factory inspires other islands across Indonesia and across Asia and the globe, that this technology is shared with every country that has a need, that can take plastic waste and turn it into a valuable product that can create use for societies.
The eco-block is inspiring the kids and community to collect the plastic waste. For now, the emotion of the kids, we have a new spirit, new hope for kids now.
In 2019, my company continued to improve our CALE project design in cooperation with Arup Hong Kong, which was included holistic design and pre-FS. Every single activities of my company is based on smart cities initiatives approach, as I mentioned earlier. This approach perceives a city as a complex system, recognizing that there are various subsystems with the smart city can evolve into continuously improving fully operational systems capable of achieving their goals sustainably. This transformation entails equipping the city to swiftly identify and resolve emerging challenges, addressing not only the symptoms but also the roots of causes. We believe when the CALE project applies to the Darhan city scale, or even to the national scale, even international scale, significant carbon reduction can be achieved and air pollution can be greatly improved due to the reduced energy need through proper house design. The aims of CALE are to balance cost and green for affordable living and increase income by micro businesses of residents. Thank you very much.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum kendisine.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. So these are some interesting examples from a geography that we do not know much about. And they were very enlightening. So we have exceeded our time by a couple of minutes. We have very little time left. Do we have any questions from the floor? Any raised hands? Let me look around.
Yoksa benim aslında sormak istediğim bir şey var ya da toparlayıcı. Burada İlhami Bey'in ve Sanem Hanım'ın
So I have a question
benim de çok
myself.
yapı biyolojisine
Ilhami
işaret
Bey and
ettikleri çok
Sanem
önemli bir şey
Hanım.
oldu aslında. Bir
Well, they
tanesi
have
İlhami
hinted
Bey'in
at
söylediği
a very
önleyici bakım
important detail
ve
about
Sanem Hanım'ın
construction
iç ortam hava
design,
kalitesi.
which is the
Bunlar
preventive
aslında
care
birbirini o kadar
and the
tamamlayan
quality
şeyler
of
ki
air in the interior of the
gerçekten
buildings. These are like two important concepts complementing one another. In Germany, for example, in Bavaria, the Ministry of Health can come up with a pressure on the Ministry of Zoning with the premise that they should build and design the buildings in a healthy manner so that my burden on my shoulders as MOH, my Ministry of Health, will be diminished. A doctor might treat you, but an architect can enable you to stay healthy before you get ill. So architects, building products and materials. So I think we are now shouldering brand new responsibilities. So thank you very much for hinting at these important concepts and that kind of relationality. So I have a question to Zeynep Hanım.
Efendim? Tabii ki buyurun.
Can I make an addition?
Teşekkür ederim. Bu resilience'ı çok alakalı bu önleyici bakım ya da insanların hasta olmaması. Bunu belki aldığı dış etki sonrasında etki öncesi özelliklerine dönme yeteneği olarak
I mean, this is very much about some important concepts. So resilience is not a kind of resistance. It's not all about, well, we have been affected by an external factor and let's protect ourselves against it so that we can come back to our previous state. No, it's not like that. Resilience is more than that. I mean, the built environment components like designing of buildings and architectural designs and using nature-based materials. So they are all complementing one another, and as many speakers have said, this is a holistic approach. Well, thank you very much. Zeynep Hanım, very briefly, please. We have exceeded our time. In the building in Çanakkale, I mean, to what extent your plans and calculations match with the reality? Because you come up with a plan and then you put that into reality, but what are people's reactions? Perhaps you have not had enough feedback, but do we have any clues from the building itself? So there have been a number of feedbacks coming from the building. I mean, first of all, our staff is very content with the building. They are very happy with the building. And for those who come to the building from the outside as guests or to benefit from the services provided there, they just spend a certain amount of time, like they visit the exhibition halls and so on. And then this is coming back to our budget, for example, I mean, for the energy consumption. So that will be an important feedback. The official figures will be obtained in a year's time, but for the time being, we have a positive perception. Well, we will have some time outside, so if you have questions you would like to pose to our panelists and to our colleagues and speakers, and I would like to talk to Bolorma on a one-to-one basis as well, but we don't have any time left. So thank you for the information you have shared with us. Thank you for listening to our audience.
Geliyor mu? Tamam. Daha yakın durmam lazım. Ha. Yok, böyle iyi galiba.
So let's start, if you like, with our session, because when we surpass our time, it's not good. So today we are going to talk about from roots to roofs, housing for and by communities. It's not like only about residentials, but we are going to talk about accessible houses or accessible residential structures. So we will have experts from the field, and we will be referring to some best practices, and we will try to go beyond the theory and try to understand what is being done all around the world to have an idea about other examples. So this will be the very backbone of our session. But before introducing our speakers, let me talk about one detail. World Habitat Foundation is one of the sponsors of Maruf and this session, and this foundation has an aim of enabling everyone to have access to houses, and this World Habitat Awards given by the foundation makes them visible, and they enable themselves to raise awareness. So our speakers have also been awarded by the foundation. So let me introduce our speakers first, and then I'm going to switch to English, and we will be listening to the interpretation. Jeffrey Payne is our first speaker. How am I going to control the sound? Is it like I'm shouting a bit, or is it because of the echo? Okay, Jeffrey is a housing and urban development consultant, and he has for very long years been working in urban planning and urban housing. He's a researcher, and he is delivering lectures at the university, and he's also an author. And since the 1970s, he has been to many countries, and he has been studying housing issues in Turkey, Pakistan, and similar geographies. His last book is titled as Somewhere to Live, published in 2012, Rising to the Global Urban and Land and Housing Challenges. It's 22, yeah. So welcome, Jeffrey. Our second speaker is Elizabeth Raffles, coming from Barcelona. She is a literary translator, and she is a member of Sostre Civic, and she's a member of this residential structure, and she's going to talk to us about this. And our last speaker will be from Brussels, Thibault Leroy, and he is a co-director of Community Land Trust in Brussels, and he's an urban planner also. And beyond being a professional in this area, he's also an activist, advocating the rights of residents and residential structures. So I'm going to switch to English. So you will each have 15 minutes for your presentation, and then we will have a brief Q&A session. Welcome again.
Welcome all. Let's start quickly and use our time efficiently, let's say. Please, Jeffrey.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, and it's great to be back in Turkey again. I first came here in the 1970s, and it's great to see a friend from the old days when I was first doing research here in the audience, Shule Elzirekli, and a chance to meet other many good friends. So thank you for that. What I want to talk about today is the issue of communities and the process of housing provision, housing development and urban planning. I think we need to put it into a broad context by saying that we are living at a time when urban populations are increasing, pressure on land is increasing, and prices are going up because of the neoliberal economic system under which most of us now live. And that has left a situation, or created a situation, in which over 1 billion people are now living in various types of non-formal, unofficially recognized housing, and that may well go up to 2 billion by 2030. That is still looking very likely. Slums are still growing faster than formal planned development. So although we are increasing the housing supply, formal housing supply, it's not increasing nearly rapidly enough. Now, one key area, the last region of the world to urbanize, is sub-Saharan Africa. And I was amazed to read a report recently that while half of the urban population currently live in various types of self-built, unofficially recognized housing, the additional urban population in the region is expected to be 800 million by 2050. Now that is the equivalent of the entire urban population of Canada, USA, Mexico, and Europe. And we've had 200 years to achieve that. They've got something like 27. So it's an enormous challenge, especially when you're starting from such a low base. The challenge has, however, not restricted to the global south. Even in the UK, the government has admitted that the housing market is broken. So we all need to learn a lot from each other about the role of how people can get affordable and decent housing. Now, I started my studies in Ankara in 1974 when I drove my students from London to Ankara to study the housing situation. And what you're looking at in this slide, in the lower part of the image, is what they used to call Gecekondu. This is housing built overnight or on weekends on public open land, which was outside the city area. And so people built their own houses and they built their own communities. And gradually, of course, as demand increased and people had more money, developers would come into an area and they would negotiate with the squatters, the occupants of the land, how many apartments do you need in order to surrender your land so I can build an apartment block like you see on the top of the slide? And these areas coexisted for many, many years. And the local government had no resources to cope with such an enormous demand. And so what they would allow is for the, they would simply subdivide the land as a plan and allow the developers, when the market required and when the market justified it, to go to the residents of an area where they thought they could make a profit, negotiate how many units the squatters wanted, and then make their profits on selling the remainder. And that's how the whole of Ankara was developed. In the 1970s, 2/3 of all housing in Ankara was built by communities. It was the highest proportion of any capital city in the world, and that's why I was so fascinated to be studying it. And it seems to me that that is a model that was working very well also in Peru, where my great friend and mentor, John Turner, who sadly died a month ago, he was the pioneer that my generation was inspired by to look at how community-led development could take place. He did studies in the 1960s in Peru, and he published many books, influential books, Housing by People. And that was the basis of looking at these issues in a constructive, positive way as a resource rather than as a problem. For anyone who wants to take the link to on the slide, his obituary, which I wrote for the Guardian newspaper, is now available online. And he was the pioneer, as I say, of this whole approach. But about 4 years ago, I was approached by UN Habitat to do a paper on the role of finance in improving access to affordable housing. And I thought, well, if you only look at the world through the lens of finance, you can only achieve affordability by subsidy. And if you're using a subsidy, you cannot prevent housing provided in that way being reintegrated into the market and eventually becoming unaffordable. So I modified the terms of reference and I looked at a number of non-market options by which housing could be provided by communities. And I list 3 different examples here. There's tax-based instruments available to governments. These are widely used, but are very difficult to actually allocate for housing itself. So that's not terribly effective, although it is a very effective means, especially in China, of generating local government revenues for all sorts of policy needs. The second option we looked at was fee-based instruments, and that is widely used, and that basically involves the sale of development rights. And then there's a number of options also, development-based options such as developer charges, I list them all here, land pooling or land readjustment, and land banking. These are various methods by which you can provide regulated housing by the state. But I also looked at a range of non-market options. And some of the more imaginative ones, in Germany, for example, students can live rent-free in homes for the elderly simply by providing 30 hours of care or company a month, which seems to be a very good way of keeping a sense of community and enabling both ends of the age spectrum to benefit. And we also talked about co-housing, we talked about cooperatives, obviously, which is a global phenomena, and a whole range of things like community land trusts, which have become much more widely applied in a number of countries recently. So I would strongly advocate that these non-market options be adopted more widely. And it seems to me that in addition to this, it's really important for governments to promote a diverse range of supply options, including, as I say, non-market options, in the same way that the people in Ankara and other cities in Lima and all around the world have been doing for decades. The trouble is that neoliberal economics has made these systems very, very ineffective. And you don't get Gecekondu's, as far as I know now, in Ankara. You certainly don't get them in Istanbul, although they used to have, I think, apartment kondu, where you know, a developer would build a block illegally. And I remember walking down one road once in Istanbul and asking if both sides of the road, because they looked the same, were both legal. And I was told, no, the one on the left is legal, the one on the right is semi-legal. And I said, what's the difference in price? And they said, 10%. Now that was 10 years ago, but it just shows how informal processes have been a very effective means of integrating low-income groups into an urban economy and into a land and housing market. And we seem to have lost that ability very much in recent decades. I think it's very important. I've also done a lot of research on regulatory frameworks. And I do find that in many countries, the legal requirement in something like the residential plot size may be set far too high or inappropriate for low-income groups. So we need regulatory frameworks of standards, norms, regulations, and procedures, all to reflect the needs of the people who need to benefit. At the moment, they tend to be defined by upper-income groups, professional groups, on the basis of their assessment of what is appropriate. And that really does need to change, because that's part of the problem. I think we need, in other words, to learn from the poor, because they're the experts in managing with limited resources. So all of these sort of options, I think, are very, very important. And we also need to recognize that community-led housing usually starts off with something very simple. Just a piece of land and maybe a one-room house. And then once you've got security, you expand and you improve, and that process can be endless. And of course, we've seen in Egypt, I was working there. That process was the major process by which everybody tended to get housing, and it generated self-financing urban development. So I think we need to focus particularly on those things that people cannot provide for themselves. If we can provide a framework within which local people can access a piece of land in any country, and I include my own country. Obviously, in somewhere like London, the land prices are far too high for individual housing. But wherever the idea and the option makes affordability on land agreeable and amenable to community action, I think that should be a part of the incremental community development process. So that would, I think, enable us to achieve that. This is the report I did for UN Habitat. It is available on free download. If you just Google UN Habitat, the role of land in achieving housing, you can download that free of charge. I did summarize all the work that I've been doing over the last 50 years in the book that was published a year ago called Somewhere to Live, and that draws on the experience of countries all over the world, including the UK. But it does look at the issues of affordability, of the criticizes the neoliberal agenda, and it sees what has been done and what is being done in order to achieve progress and live within the boundaries of the planetary constraints under which we are all going to have to live in the future. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Jeffrey. Can you just... Sure. Yes. Thank you, Jeffrey. It's like, I think this presentation perfectly links with the theme of Maruf, resilience. As I was listening to you, I was remembering that, well, the importance of self-organizing capacity is quite crucial for resilient systems. So a system should be able to self-organize somehow in order to be, well, more resilient and survive crises. And this, stress on support for, supporting self-organizing capacity in housing is, well, pretty much related to building resilient communities, let's say, through, not, let's say, informal housing, but, self-organizing, as you said, community-led housing. And just one short addition, gpa.org.uk, right? It's an, I would say very cozy and very informative web page on Geoffrey Payne. And yes, Elizabeth, please, let's proceed with you. Elizabeth'in sunumunu, yes.
I can say I'm not expert in managing this. I'm no expert urban planner, but I am an expert on grassroots movement, let's say. So I'm a member of this cooperative, Sostre Civic. Sostre Civic is made of 12,000 people. We are 1,200 people, not 12,000, 1,200 people. And our mission is to provide housing that in a cooperative way that is that we want to take out of the speculative market. So it's an alternative to the system as it is now. Okay, one moment. I'm gonna try it. So this organization started in 2004. And it's not until 2016 that we had the first cooperative housing functioning. So that means many years of groundbreaking or of finding ways of making it possible. At this particular moment, we are 1,200 members plus. We are present in 27 cities in the region of Catalonia. So the headquarters of this cooperative is in Barcelona, but there are projects all scattered in the Catalan territory. Then we have 14 groups that are just starting. So there is no land, there is just the people. And then we have 11 projects with people already co-living. And then 13 projects self-developing. That means that, that the land is there. Maybe now they are working on the architectural project. Maybe there was an old building that we want to renovate. So people are not living there, but we have something concrete. So, so here you have very visually how it all started. And then in 2016, remember the organization started in 2004 just as an association, and then it became a cooperative. And then in 2016, we have one house, one building in functioning, and 3 on the way. And so we get to 2023, and we have 11 working with people already living in there, and 13 more that are on their way. So here you have this map that is like all these red dots are not very exact, it's all very approximate, but what's important is like those, like Soster Civic has 24 projects, and that means 547 dwellings. So. And in the whole of Catalonia, these are not they are not actualized information, but it's close to that. 30 in the total of Catalonia, so that means other cooperatives that are not members of Soster Civic that also have projects working, and which means 550 dwellings. So it all started because housing in Spain is a right that's not guaranteed, and then there is a lot of private property. There is social housing stock is only 2.5%, and the rent-to-income ratio is in Catalonia 57%, and in Spain 40%. So that's the context in which this association saw the need for creating a space that is non-speculative, especially in Barcelona, where it's a very touristic city, like Istanbul is, and so Airbnb and all the foreign investors and all the greedy investors that want to make a profit with, regardless of people. So that is the system, that's how it works. So we have the people, the members of Soster Civic, of the cooperative, and then is the cooperative who is the owner of the property, of the project, and the people that get the right to use this property to the end of their days or until they want to. So then that's another visual way of explaining. When you purchase, you have to put all this money up front. When you rent, you put some money every month, but that will increase. And with no rent control as it is right now, like I don't know how it is here, but in Barcelona right now at the most you'll get 5-year contract. And that means after 5 years you get an increase, who knows how much. Whereas the right to use, it means that you might put some money up front that will be returned to you the day you die or the day you leave. And then the amount of money that you pay every month for the maintenance, for paying mortgages or whatever, that stays always the same and maybe decreases as payments, for example, of a mortgage, if you do have that, finish. So that's so instead of having a cooperative, every project being a cooperative, everyone is independent. No, in how it works with Soster Civic is that all the projects, all the properties belong to Soster Civic. They are independent financially, so if one fails for economically, that doesn't affect the other projects. But let's say that who owns all the properties is Soster Civic. So that So Social Civic what provides is it facilitates the project, and the fact that there is already one is very easy to then replicate with other projects that will come along. And then there is a network of people all helping each other, and then the fact that it's always, the affordability is maintained. Then it's an organization that's assembly-led. This is how the organization of the cooperative works, and the only change that there is from this one is that the technical team, it also belongs to the, I cannot read from here, with the board, with the director. Yeah. Okay, and that's everyone then of the projects will have also their own assembly, their own committees, like the big one. So, general information about the forecast. So right now we said we have a total of 24 projects, which means 547 dwellings, and our forecast is that there will be 30 projects in 2025 with 635 dwellings. That if things go at the same rhythm. Social housing, so that's a percentage of what is protected dwellings, protected buildings, protected housing, and the one that is not. And then the type of land, then we have public land and private land, so that means, and that will make different conditions for the cooperative. If one cooperative gets land given by the municipality will have some conditions to give. For example, that it has to have a certain percentage of protected housing, etc. No, those are details. I'm running out of time. So another thing that's interesting was this right of the first refusal or preemptive right. That means that if there is public land, if there is land that is, or a building that belongs to how does it work? Okay, that we are, the Social Civic has the right of first refusal to get a property from the public land or in front of other buyers. Just because we are a cooperative, and so that's some of the struggle that we have been doing in Catalonia for getting more availability of land and financing. All of the finances made through the Banca Etica, the ethic banks. So here a summary of the principles and values of Social Civic. So, non-profit and social economy, affordability, self-management, empowerment, sustainability, and the right in housing and socials. Okay, this is very interesting. It's La Constructiva. It's a non-profit company, that will build all the projects for Social Civic, and it's a way of keeping the prices low, and also it is part of our network and social commitment to better housing. Then there are also projects that are only for youth, there are projects that are only for elderly people, and then they all self-manage their project. Then there is a cooperative with a public, which is grant to use public land or property during 75 of 99 years. So then there are government grants and loans that's also something that has been obtained by the struggle of the association. And then there is also through private property acquisition that one can get. Then just here showing that networking for us is really important in the financing world, in the construction work, in the social justice. And here just a few examples. That is the first building that became a cooperative. That's in the real center of Barcelona, in a very touristic area. That's a new building built from scratch and on public land, also in Barcelona. This one is also another neighborhood in Barcelona and also coming from public land. And also to mention that sustainability of the building is also very important for all of them. This one is also, it's a town, like let's say 60 kilometers from Barcelona, that has just started. There's another in Girona, another project. This one is very interesting. This one is like a farm that was bought by these people, and they are all living there more or less communally. Everyone has their own room, but they manage, like the kitchen and all of that, and the land. They have a lot of land and forest and everything, so that's special in that way. And then this one is for elderly people, and they are not yet living there. And this is another one that's for elderly people, both out of Barcelona, these two. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. An excellent time use, and still we have 1.5 minutes. May I ask a question, just to use this time? If you know, can you tell us a bit more on how a project is formed? Do just people come together and say, hey, come and form a project or something? Yeah.
How we start the project?
Yes.
Well, it can be just a group of people that they get together and say, okay, we want to start a project. So we go to Sostre Civic or maybe, like, for example, myself, I don't belong to any building project, but I'm interested and I believe in the values of Sostre Civic, so I joined. And then I find some people with whom I would like to start a project, and then we create everything from there with the support of Sostre Civic, so we can get help to how to set this up, how to find the land, how to find properties. But it's all our work. And then also they will help us out with the construction if there is a building to do, and they will help us out to set up mortgages or things like this. But also, as a member, I have the possibility of joining a project that already has started, and they are already living there, but all of a sudden there is what we call a vacancy. No, somebody has died, or more likely, I don't know, somebody has left, and then there is an opportunity for someone, for a member of Sostre Civic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, and our last speaker, Thibaut, floor is yours.
Hello. Yeah, very pleased to meet you today in Istanbul. It's my first time in Istanbul, so I hope to bring many friends, as did Peter, Geoffrey. So I am the director of the Community Land Trust Brussels. So I would like to introduce you to the work of my colleagues and me at Community Land Trust Brussels. This is a non-profit organization that offers or tries to offer affordable housing solution for people with low income in Brussels. So our roots are deeply rooted in the right for housing solutions in Brussels. So a short highlight to the Brussels context. Like many cities, Brussels faced what we call a housing crisis, but it's not a crisis anymore since it's like 30 years that it is happening. But the housing prices doubled between the years 2000 and 2010. In Brussels, the social housing represents only, let's say, 7% of the housing stock. So compared to Turkey, maybe it's not very representative, but compared to the neighboring countries of Belgium, it's very low. It represents in Brussels, let's say, 40,000 units of social housing, but there are more than 25% of the population of Brussels who lives below the poverty line. So they should be at least 90 to 100,000 units. So there is a lack of social housing in Brussels. There are 45,000 people waiting on the waiting list for social housing, so they are really in need for housing. It's more and more difficult for people to rent a home, a decent home in Brussels. So the solution for these people and these families is to live in substandard, low-quality houses that are quite expensive compared to their income, or to leave the city. And the situation will be worse in a few years because 120,000 new inhabitants are waited for Brussels by 2025. Beside of that, the existing home ownership schemes in Belgium, most of the focus of the public authorities has been put on the home ownership programs, but they are not designed for low-income families. They are designed for the middle class. And so for low-income groups, low-income people, having a rental apartment in Brussels is more and more difficult, and buying an apartment is impossible. But a grassroots initiative emerged in 2008, and I would like to quote, I think it's Mark Twain, who said, they didn't know it was impossible, so they did it. And so these people, it's civil society associations, non-profit organizations that used to work in deprived neighborhoods of Brussels. They created a project called L'Espoir, which means hope in French. And the idea was to allow 14, so it's very small, it was 14 families, newcomers in Belgium, so 14 families from an immigrant background, to become homeowner. And to achieve that, what they did is they collected a lot of grants, of gifts, of help for foundation and for the public authorities, and they managed to do it. They allowed these people to buy their own home. That was a very big success, this operation, because the home ownership provides to all these families, first of all, the residential security. It's very important for people who got some very difficult residential journey, the security to say no one will never put you out of your apartment, you won't be displaced anymore, but also the opportunity to create some assets, because in a few years they can maybe sell the apartment and have money instead of being a tenant. Also some wealth, because they can pass the asset to their children, so that can really improve the wealth of the family, and at least some empowerment, because these people became actors of their own lives. They are not dependent of anyone now, they are their own homeowners. The challenge of that project was that many gifts and many public money has been injected for only 14 families, and in a few years, maybe in 10, 20, 30 years, if these families sell the home, they will sell it at the market price, and everything will have to start again, because they will sell it at a very high price. Low-income families cannot buy that, and so we didn't help anyone but these 14 families. But at the same moment, the non-profit organization and the civil society in Brussels discovered a model called the Community Land Trust model. At that time, the Champlain Housing Trust from Burlington in the Vermont in the United States has been rewarded by the World Habitat Award. And they presented the model in Lyon, and the people in Brussels were very interested, and they pay a visit to the Champlain Housing Trust over there, and they discovered that that model could provide the permanent affordability that we're looking for. The land is considered as a common, and the condition is that when these people want to sell back the homes, they have to accept some regulation on the price to keep the house affordable for the next generation of buyers. In Belgium, you have to know that home ownership is an absolute right. You can never restrict it, and any restriction to this right must be proportionate for general interest and temporary for a limited time. And we used to consider that 20 years to 30 years is a good limit, but afterwards everyone can do anything, you cannot restrict the right of property. But with the CLT model, we are not in a pure home ownership program, we are in what we could call a long-term lease, because the land the ground, belongs to the CLT, and the CLT offers to the family the possibility to become homeowners. So the home ownership is individual, but on a common land. So the land is collective, and that changes a lot. On a symbolic point of view, that changes things, but also on a very pragmatical point of view that allows the non-profit organization, the CLT, to say, okay, you are the homeowner, but in 15 years, 20 years, 50 years from now, when you want to sell your house, you have to accept some limitation of the resale price. And that is very important because that avoids the real estate speculation, but also the land speculation. And last but not least, the CLT considers the land as a common good. This is very important for Brussels, but the model has been developed in the United States, is deeply rooted in the civil rights movement in the US. But for Brussels, the idea is very important because Brussels is a city that is really defined by its borders. Brussels will never be able to expand its territory because due to the Belgian federalism, the region is limited. So considering the land as a common good is a very good solution because otherwise, due to the supply and demand law, the prices of the lands will always go higher year after year just because many people want to live in a single city. So the fact that the land is a common good and that the CLT is democratically managed by the inhabitants is very important also for us. So I wanted to give a short highlight just to show that it takes time to create a community land trust. So the CLT Brussels has been created in 2012 after that the public authority asked for a feasibility study. In 2013, we bought our first project that had to be renewed and refurbished. And in 2015, the first residents arrived in our project. Today, we have, I will say it in a few moments, but today we have 100 residents. So in 15 years, we did it, but it takes a lot of time. But you should not be discouraged because I like to use the metaphor of the apple tree. If you want to have apple in your apple tree, you should have planted it 20 years ago. But if you didn't do it 20 years ago, do it now. The second best time to do it is now, so just start it and you will see it will work. I also wanted to set some perspective in 2023 of the CLT model. We are discussing about creating a European CLT network. I think the official creation will be October the 20th, so in a few weeks. And we try to disseminate the model, and we also try to create some housing cooperative in Brussels, so I'm very glad to be here with Sostré Civic. So we went from the woods to the roofs, because our first job is to create housing. So now we have more than 100 houses, housing units that are inhabited. We used to say that it's not just about the house, it's not just about the land, the job we do is about the people. So maybe we'll take a closer look to the people that live in our apartments. It's always people with low income. So in Brussels, different CLTs have different policies, but in Brussels, we do social housing. We have today 500 inhabitants among 100 housing units. We have a lot of applicant homeowners, people who want to buy a house as soon as possible. And 80% of them are from the lowest income category. So in the social housing category in Brussels, there are some people that have a job, but they are like single family, single parent family. And so they don't have a lot of money, but there are also people with really, really low money because they don't have any job, they don't work, they are on aid care and so on. Most of our applicants are from this category. And we have a very large diversity in origin. Brussels is a very multicultural city, and in our inhabitants you can see that because there are really many people from Latin America, from southern part of Africa, from northern part of Africa, from Europe, and so on. One very important aspect of our job is the community job. So in CLT, the Community Land Trust model, C is for community, and we think that really the CLTB is much more than housing. We need to create a community. So how do we do that? First, and it's important to say it, our residents and the neighbors are involved in our organization. All the residents are members of our General Assembly, and they are by far the biggest population of our General Assembly, so they can really decide these are the people who rule our job. They can also, and they also elect people in our board of directors, and in our board of directors, as I said in the previous slide, there are 1/3 of the people are inhabitants, 1/3 are elected by the government, and 1/3 of the people are civil society people. So they are deeply involved in what we do, but they are also involved in the future projects that we are creating, because we ask representatives of the inhabitants and the residents to participate, to take part in the design of housing projects. So they have a dialogue with the architect, they come to see the project under construction, and so on. So during the project, we support the inhabitants with the help of some other non-profit organizations to allow them to become the best homeowner possible, to inform them of how it works to live in a, let's say, low energy building, to live together, to be co-owner. And after the project, most of the people have not the experience of living as a co-owner of a building, and so to have to take decisions about the co-ownership, so we help them to do that. But we also have a methodology called the asset-based community development, and we really think that it's important to give the community a place, not only the residents, but also the neighbors. And so we used to take very long discussions with all the neighboring communities and the residents of our projects to know what they can do, what are the assets, what are the skills, and to know, could you try to develop these skills and to help you new neighbors. And so we will try to create some community spaces. For example, we helped candidates, inhabitants to create their own catering program, and so now they started a kind of employment scheme. But we do also after-school programs, conversation table, flea market every first Sunday of the month, and we have a lot of activity going around the mobility, because mobility in Brussels is not so complicated as in Istanbul, but bicycling is really the best way to travel the city, and most of our residents do not know how to bicycle, so we give lessons and our inhabitants become the teachers. So we think that these kind of community activities are really important to help our projects to be accepted in the neighborhood and to be welcomed, and we can see that it really changes a lot compared to other social housing schemes, because we don't have the kind of NIMBY reaction, people not willing social housing in the neighborhood, that works very well in Brussels. Yeah, that's it.
Well, perhaps this is the first session where all speakers finished on time. Thank you so much. But also it's incredible to see how fast 1 hour passes. We have about 5-10 minutes, and I would like to give floor to our audience for questions. Evet lütfen. Mikrofon geliyor.
I would like to thank
Bir dakika. Tamam, İngilizce konuşacaksanız sorun yok. Sadece kulaklıkları takmaları için.
I'll try to ask it in English, although I wrote my question just to make sure that I don't miss anything. And thanks for all of you for your helpful presentations. I'm a PhD student who's working on social housing projects, and I am trying to offer a model for Turkey to have a social housing process which is covering all the income groups, especially lower income groups. And in our country we just have private rental housing, and I cannot say that we have a proper social housing which we see in many other countries, because as far as I know from my studies, social housing should be based on rental housing. So we are promoting the home ownership in our social housing policies. So we are lacking also housing organizations such as as community land trusts and many housing organizations in other countries are, we cannot see it in our country. So I would like to ask your opinions about where to start for social rental housing. And it could be, I think, giving some role to community, as Jeffrey mentioned, community-led housings. But I would love to have some suggestions from all of you to where to start to promote social rental housing in our country. And yeah, thanks. I was a bit nervous, sorry.
No problem. So a question addressed to all of our speakers, who is volunteer, let's say, to start.
Well, my experience is like the people are the ones who are starting the project, but that's very easy to say. So if you are asking a question like a grand scale, then I don't know, there is also a lot of work to do politically, you know, go to the municipalities, go to the main government, all of that, and work there for that to be implemented. But my point of view here is like at small scale we can also start, and if the politicians don't behave, then there is still a place for us to work towards it, because it's the power of, well, what they say, the power of the people. It is really true that it can work.
Yeah, I think the example of community land trust is a very, very good one, as you were saying, because it does take the land issue head on. And it's the land cost which is particularly making housing unaffordable, and the speculative pressure. So if you're trying to start a community group, look at the other groups which have been established in your context or in a nearby context, and contact them and see what lessons they can offer. I mean, there is a large literature, but literature doesn't get you very far when you're actually trying to start something. So I think go to those who have already made a start, like we're hearing in Catalonia. I know there were, I don't know how many there are now in Turkey that are cooperative groups. I know cooperatives exist, but as you were saying earlier, they're mainly the developer cooperatives, not the community cooperatives. And I think what's so important is that social housing in various forms can take a wide range of options. For example, if you think of Vienna, one of the most cultured cities in the world, famous for music and art, 50% of all housing in Vienna is various forms of social housing. 50%. In Germany, a large proportion of the housing is non-home ownership. Private rental is very affordable. So in other words, you need to start both at the bottom locally, and you need to start at the top. You need to pressure at the top for change that facilitates the community-led process. So it's, you know, John Turner was always being criticized by Marxist left-wing academics as being a liberal optimist. But he was not looking at power relations in terms of left or right wing. He was looking at them from top down or bottom up. And he used to advocate bottom up. And I think it needs both, to be honest. We need to work from creating the pressure within the regulatory environment to permit and promote social housing, and we need to work from the examples of those who have done it to see how we can build on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thibaut?
I think I cannot say anything way better, but I think the answer has to be multiple. I mean, social housing is a very difficult topic, and even if in countries or municipalities where we are working on it since years and years, we are losing actually. Everyone working on the social housing topic today, we are losing. The situation is going worse and worse every year. So there is no one single solution, but a lot of solutions could be made, and depending on the context of your locality, there are some solutions that can be done if you have a lot of money that you can invest, but there are also solutions that do not cost anything, like the regulatory aspects. It can be done really easily if you have some political courage in the municipality. That can be done, and that can really play a very important role, I guess. But yeah, the community land trust model is a model I believe deeply in, so I can only but encourage you to try to promote that here.
Yep, thank you. I can also add that World Habitat has a very informative web page where you can find a lot of examples from a lot of different places in the world. Iram, do we have time for one or two more questions? Okay. Yes, please.
It's not. Okay, it's working. So currently I'm working on a project for the development of a small village in Turkey, and I need to do a projection for the population after 25 years, so in 2050. And also, the major point here is to provide a resilient housing solution for this small village. But the problem is that that village is restricted by land that used for olive, especially for olive trees and other farming, types of farming. So what could be a resilient solution to afford that housing for population without intervening in that area, a restricted area? Because at the same time we have to think both about the people that need housing and about the nature as well. Thank you.
Will you address this question to someone? Well, a general and maybe a thesis-long question, I don't know what.
Simple suggestion, allow people who have housing to expand and increase maybe another floor or another floor so that they can make money and also provide housing. So in other words, you densify the existing village rather than expand it horizontally. Just a thought.
Just one more question. I think the presentations of the next sessions are starting to flow. So if you have one more question. I think we are done. We have exceeded our time. Thank you so much. It was so inspiring. And let me conclude, and then you follow up, and then we run away. Okay. Thank you. Yes, sure. Okay. It was so inspiring. Well, our aim was to show that actually, affordable housing shouldn't be provided only by the state. There are other alternatives, bottom-up alternatives, that can also include or can be driven by the community. Thank you very much for showing the case. The brochures for Sostre Civic are there on the desk nearby the door, so you can take one, get into contact with Elizabeth and our guests. If you want, yes. So let's conclude. Thank you so much, and well, let's have your final comment as well. Mikrofonsuz devam et.
Hello to everybody. We only have 1 hour and we have 3 wonderful speakers. So without further ado, I'd like to start. So we're going to talk about the title of Dream of Participation, Strengthening for, by, and by Communities. Although we are dreaming for participation, we know that participation is such a real, such an authentic, and beyond any dream whatsoever. And as I mentioned, we have 3 wonderful guests for this session who are going to be kind enough to share their experiences. The first speaker will be Sibel Çetingöz. Sibel Çetingöz is the founding partner of Çocuk İstanbul that focuses on informal education and consulting. And she is actually operates in the field of informal education and she's working in the roles of administrator and education coordinator of several different projects at Central Istanbul. So she's going to talk about the children's participation in the urban landscape. I'd like to give the floor to her now. Yes. Thank you very much. I will try to be as quick, as fast as possible to tell a little bit about how we have made it possible for the children to have any participation in the specific example of the metropolitan area of Istanbul. So I would like to apologize if I'm too fast. The participation and the dream of participation is the main subject of our session. And I'd like to talk a little bit about, in this fast presentation, how we made quality children's participation and how we made it beyond a dream, how we made it a reality. For the local authorities, the children's participation involved several different efforts, activities, and a lot has been done. And we can't say it has been a lot, especially for our country, because the global example also exists. So we have Children's Council, Council of Children, which is in implementation. It's a methodology that's in implementation. And actually, it's not very obvious how much of a representation these councils would have, representing the children, the whole of the children in that city. And it's up to a discussion. And it's not very easy to be able to allow and enable children to participate. Yes, we keep saying that it is possible. And first of all, as a target group, since they are already children, they are wonderful children, they insist and persist and they keep pushing and they completely do not want to join something that they will not enjoy. And they just also express it in the most transparent way, without any censorship. But that can be a challenge as well. If you really do not know how to reach out to them, and if you have not planned it well. And also, when it comes to adults, usually they prefer to just push their agenda onto children. So we asked the children in Istanbul, and we have 2 projects. We're talking to children in Istanbul, and we are asking the children in Istanbul. And we have realized that it is possible, and we're trying to show it to everybody else so that we can make it happen. This is also an image that is from the American psychologist Roger Hart, which is about the participation. For children, participation is described using the metaphor of a ladder with different steps, especially in the urban landscape. And we really like this image, and we have been using it. The first step of the first couple of steps of the ladder represent participation as if, where actual participation has not been realized. So we pretend these are the steps that make it feel like it's happening. As we go up, we see actual and authentic participation as we go up the ladder. In the city administration, why does the children's participation matter and why is it essential? And I can just summarize it in 6 bullet points. These 6 bullet points are as follows. In terms of the participation of the children, is not only useful and it's not only essential for both parties, but it's also a right. And it's mentioned in the Children's Right Act and several different international documents as well. So it's a right. So children do not have the right to vote. And for them to be actively experience democracy, an opportunity is required. When you include the perspective of the children, you may have a much more of a democratic design of a city, just like the senior citizens, just like the disabled individuals who are unheard and who do not have too much of a voice compared to the other participants of this participation process. So when the children are able to experience it at an early age, they embrace it and they just also build up a sense of ownership for the city. And as much as it happens, and it's valid for individuals like us as adults, so children also pay more attention and take care of their surroundings as much as they feel they own this area. And also, they also have an incredible creativity, and it's beyond any kind of comparison in terms of the adults' creativity. And when you also include the children in the decision-making process, you also can include this creativity in the design of the city. So the decision makers building direct contact and communication with the children in terms of correct use of financial means becomes very essential as well. Why do we think that this is important, and why do we think it's essential? And so how are we going to make it happen? It's more important than the question why. So we have 2 projects. Istanbul asks the children, Istanbul talks to the children. So these are the answers of our projects. It's a multi-stage participation model. So we have created this project called İstanbul Çocuklara Soruyor, Istanbul Asks Children, in collaboration with the Istanbul City Council. The City Council of Istanbul had a strong motivation and a strong desire in order to ensure children's participation in the decision-making process. So in this sense, meeting them and being united with them allowed them to come up with a different approach where every single child who lives and based in Istanbul is a natural and inherent member of the city council. So we have just come up with this idea where we can include more participation. And the first ring of this long chain of activities to come has been İstanbul Çocuklara Soruyor, which is Istanbul Asks Children. Especially in cities where the whole design is done without asking children, in this example, Istanbul, can be improved by adding the element of children's opinions to understand what they see as good, what they see as problems, what they also experience in the city, and if they have it, what kind of solutions the children would have. And it's a project which will allow them to come up with these questions and their answers. And at the same time, this project allows children to experience democracy in the active manner. And another goal, inevitably, is to establish the local authorities' strategy for children and also to be able to do that with the actual expressions of children and to listen to them and their ideas. And also the project aims to enable children to become more visible in the city design. This project is also very unique in one manner. So there are themes and subjects where every single one of them has been designed. Quite contrary, when we were running this project, we have just worked on the themes and subjects that have been established and suggested by the children, and we have brought it to the attention of the local authorities. The second link of the chain is the second project called İstanbul Çocuklarla Konuşuyor. Istanbul Talks to Children. It's a very important and essential part of the participation. You have several different decision makers, and to make sure that we have created an environment of dialogue, we have to bring these parties together so that we can talk together, understand together, evaluate together, and create an assessment platform. Of course, Istanbul asks children to understand Istanbul through the perspective of children and to reveal the problems. So Istanbul Asks Children has been structured to create a platform and a space so that children can be in communication with their adults and their city. And we have finished it in March 2022. That lasted almost like 7 months. And officially it was so we have enabled 6,601 children to participate within the age range of 6 to 14 years of age. So our goal was to include the maximum number of children, and I'm going to explain how we have made it possible, and we also have encountered several different limitations. So that's why I mentioned it in the description, because it all coincided with the pandemic period. And since the participation of children in school life, in public space, has been quite an impact, and our collaboration has not been totally affected because of the political conjuncture, and we couldn't reach the children directly, but we have used our own channels, which we already have established, which is a network of communication, and we have introduced several different methodologies. So we are in communication with 39 municipalities within the city, and some of the municipalities were hesitant and had found it difficult in terms of the participation because of the similar reasons. And somehow we have reached out to these municipalities through the neighborhood houses, museums, libraries, and through NGOs. We had extensive participation with various stakeholders. We had 32 stakeholders, NGOs, museums, different organs of the municipalities, schools, educational institutions, the actors of the informal educations, libraries, museums. So it was a wide and extensive participatory network that we have built. And we have provided all the different types of material that are required for the implementation of this project. And we kept our communication tight. It's very important that we kept it alive so that their motivation and the challenges that they have experienced during the communication could also be overcome. And it had 3 legs in 3 models. We had 2-hour-long interactive workshops. And the second activity was on the go, dolaşıyor. We went to the places where the children are naturally expected to be. We have also provided the material that we have been using in the workshop so that they can participate individually through the stations that we have installed. And the third one was an online application, which wasn't something that we have focused on that much because we preferred face-to-face communication. And the online application had received the lowest rate of participation and interaction because more than half of the participation came from the city council thanks to our efforts. And we have also used this metaphor of maintenance because the children were the maintenance masters working in the city. Just like you want to also know what your car does when you take your car to the mechanic so that you will know which parts of your car work better. So we asked and also the children to see Istanbul when they were asked to leave the city, and they have also awarded the city with medals, and they have also identified problems, and they came up with solution suggestions, and we have prepared a maintenance repair kit, and I'm sure you have seen it on the way in, and you may also go through it on the way out. Within the repair kit, you could find everything. And in terms of findings and assessments, I'm going to skip it all because Istanbul had been the focus of all the children, and the children have defined it through their 5 senses, with their smells, with their visions, with their colors, and we have identified 9 subjects or themes. These weren't set by us, these were set by the local authority. These are the major issues that have been defined by the children as 9 main themes with 33 subtitles, like sub-subjects. Of course, we have evaluated them based on the findings that we have gathered at the end of our work. The highest statistical analysis revealed that the most common problems occurred in the nature and the environment, and they also talked about transit and mobility, and talked about urban life and social life, cultural and social activities, stray animals, economy, health and habits, and education. So children's living space is not limited to the parks, and of course they exist just like us adults. And similar to the problems that have been set by us adults, they have been identifying the problems just like we do. So we have also included in the project report in detail, and you can see an example of it, and you can also find this report using the website. There are very wonderfully stated tangible problems based on per theme. We have a very short movie, and can I show it to you? Our moderator says no. So our second project, which is İstanbul Çocuklarla Konuşuyor, which means Istanbul talks to children. So we are trying to understand what the children think about these problematic areas, and also coming around the same space, around the round table, together with the actual staff members of the municipality so that they can come together and to discuss these issues and the problems. And the last group of meetings that we have planned to take place with the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality, IBB, and we have carried out several different workshops. They have run audits, and we walked around the city with children, and the most common problem that they have mentioned was the lack of sidewalks and the curbs. And they also had a lot of opinions on the playgrounds because we have audited certain playgrounds. And we have structuralized all that information. So I would like to just interrupt you. So you can just go into detail when there's a Q&A. So when we were running this Istanbul Talks to Children, they met the different party members, different department members from the municipalities. Two things came up, and one of them were really, really important. We understood that the municipality staff is very much willing to listen to the children, and they were quite surprised because they heard ideas that they didn't expect to hear from the children, which were highly qualified and at a macro level. I'm going to skip the movie. The reports are also available. They're accessible through our website, which is written on the corner of this slide. And you can also find it in the City Council. And you can also find the hard copies in the relevant agencies. Last but not least, according to the French sociologist, Corto, seizing the word. The children are given the word, and they have strong words about the street. And the rest lies with the municipalities and what they will do with that words. And we have 4 questions that are waiting to be answers for the local authorities who are willing to take action. So will they offer the possibility of considering the children's opinions in the decision-making processes, and are they ready for it? And are you ready to let the children to be involved in the decision-making processes? There are 2 more questions, but these 2 major questions do matter, and you can reach out to us using these communication channels, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. So children's participation is really important, and for those municipalities who are actually excited to have children included, they start working with children, but as you have already shown this ladder of communication, they cannot go beyond the couple of steps that start with manipulation. And these processes that you have identified with the city councils by reaching out to 6,000 children along with the pandemic, and it's very, very essential and valuable, and I'm sure it will be a major inspiration for all those local authorities. And I would like to just give the floor to the next speaker, Leonardo Custodio. Leonardo Custodio. He's a researcher from the Faculty of Arts and Psychology and Theology at Abo Academy University, working in the postdoctorate level on minority, and working in Finland about social gender equality. He's an important academician. We're going to hear about the stories, voices, dreams, and resilience in the favelas of the Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I hope I push the right buttons when I start doing these. And well, hi everybody. Thank you organizers for the invitation. It's a pleasure to join all of you here today. Thank you also the people doing the translation and interpretation. Great job. It's really been very good to follow the speeches in Turkish as well, with the great job you do. So, my name is Leonardo Custodio. I'm an Afro-Brazilian interdisciplinary communication scholar and educator. Since 2007, I have lived and worked in Finland. Originally, I am from Magé, a peripheral town between the bay and the mountains in the metropolitan area of Rio de Janeiro. In my work, I have mostly researched and done collaboration about multiple dimensions of one theme, one question. How have underprivileged and discriminated people who have historically suffered from inequalities used any means of communication and expression available to raise their voices, build communities, participate in society, and act collectively for human rights, justice, and respect? I'll repeat the question. How have underprivileged and discriminated people who have historically suffered from inequalities used any means of communication available and expression available to raise their voices, build communities, participate in society, and act collectively for human rights, justice, and respect? This question guided my study of what I call favela media activism. I assume many of you have at least an idea of what favelas mean as urban spaces in Brazil. When explaining favelas, some keywords that people often use are ghetto, slums, illegal settlements, high populational density, poverty, urban violence, organized crime, crossfires, and other words. Today, instead of focusing on these characteristics, with which some of you might actually be way more familiar than I from a global perspective, I want to talk to you about 3 other points. One point is historical, the other is communicational, and the other is political. In the next slides, I will try and explain what I mean by these 3 points. So this is the historical point. I will leave you some time to read it. After that, I will read it again, and then I will move forward explaining it. So take some seconds and go through it. So the historical point is favelas exist because of a combination of at least 3 colonial legacies: the exploitation of black and brown labor, the governmental neglect to welfare and urban planning, and policies based on violent repression. The first favela appeared in 1897. That's about 10 years after the abolition of slavery. Rio de Janeiro at the time was the capital of Brazil. The white economic, political, and military elites had a dream of turning Rio de Janeiro into what they called tropical Paris. For that, they needed construction and service labor. But they didn't want black and poor people as neighbors. To be close to work, formerly enslaved people and poor Northeast migrants settled in peripheral hills, forests, and swamps. That's when a pattern started. Economic and political elites exploited cheap labor force. But they didn't organize housing, they didn't do any land distribution, and they didn't provide much welfare services. Instead, they increased the military apparatus to protect the city from favelas. Over 1,000 additional favelas later, today, the pattern remains, even if in a more complex and complicated manner. Now, let me go to the communication point that I want to make. which is also a piece of advertisement. So this is my communicational point. Read it. I will leave you some time. After that, I will read it again, and then I'll move forward elaborating. So take a look. So the communicational point. Favela residents have historically used music, pamphlets, loudspeakers, printed materials, affordable broadcasting devices, cameras, and more recently, mobile phones and digital media to express dreams, raise voices, build community, build solidarity, mobilize civic action, and participate in society. For the whole history of favelas, residents have had to fight for citizenship. Under violent military repression to any form of disobedience, most residents feared physical or political confrontation. But they never gave up their voices. Communication has been a powerful participatory instrument. Since the early 20th century, art, drama, music, for example, samba, and more recently, hip-hop and funk, have denounced injustices and created a sense of community worthy of rights, justice, and peace, not violence, not tanks, not armed control. They have also created a sense of communal joy, love, and togetherness. Throughout the last century, local favela media, from small newspapers and magazines to radio stations, websites, and social media channels, have contributed to a strong sense of shared identity, actions of solidarity, and political lobbying and demands. More recently, cameras, digital media, and mobile phones have been used for community protection and to produce evidence of human rights violations in favelas and to people from favelas in different parts of the city. In practices of communication, favela residents produce, circulate, and share their own sense of empowerment, resilience, and hope for a more just and fair present and future. In my work, I have written about these processes in my book, Favela Media Activism, and together with favela-based filmmakers in the short documentary called Complexos. So if you're interested in reading the book or watching the documentary, just send me a line and I will send you both. For now, let me move to my final point, the political one. Again, this is the political point. Read it. You have some time. Then I will read it one more time and elaborate on it. So, please. The political point. Despite significant advancements in the perception of respect for favela residents as citizens, political participation openly critical to or confrontational to corruption and entanglements between organized crime, the police, and politicians remains extremely dangerous. Favela residents have participated in representative politics in different ways throughout the years. Most commonly, politicians see favela residents as targets for clientelistic trade-offs. If you vote for me, I will give you and your community this or that benefit. Many accept, many others don't accept, but most of them think of these as a constitutive part of what they understand to be democracy. In other cases, favela residents act as vocal campaigners for local and external candidates as opportunities for quick cash and or under the hope of future jobs for themselves or their family members. Traditionally, some of the most successful candidates from favelas are the ones who belong to or have some kind of affiliation with organized crime, especially the militia, paramilitary groups that dispute territory against drug trade organizations. Other successful candidates have the backing of local evangelical churches. And then there are those who are outspoken about human rights and denounce state violence, police corruption, and organized crime. This is the case of favela-born city councilor Marielle Franco. She was born in 1979. In 2016, she was elected for the City Council of Rio de Janeiro. 2 years later, 2 off-duty police officers who belonged to a paramilitary group assassinated both her and her driver after a public event. To this day, there is no information about who ordered her assassination. When I heard about her violent death, I remembered Lídia Menezes. Lídia Menezes was the vice mayor of my hometown. She was also black. She was also outspoken about crime and corruption. In 2002, she was shot and burned in her car after leaving office. I remember the generalized fear at the time. I was 22 years old. I remember how people avoided even face-to-face conversations about politics. Better not to say anything. Better not to get involved, we all said. In the case of Marielle, 16 years later, however, what followed was different. Favela residents raised their voices. They protested publicly on the streets and online constantly. They also voted for other favela candidates, other black women who have been elected since then. In a way, one of the points I made, the one on communication, is contributing to change the other two, the history and the politics. The voices, the creativity, and the resilience of residents are keeping the favela dream of citizenship, rights, justice, and respect alive. Thank you.
Oldum sanırım. Leonardo'ya çok teşekkür ediyoruz aktardık.
So we thank Leonardo. That was very valuable indeed. And let's move on with our last speaker, Daniel Gurshen. And he is working as a director of the youth bridge he works in Germany and Turkey. So if you would like to meet him, you can just catch him after the session. So without further ado, let me hand over to him. He's going to talk to us about encouraging the youth community to be part of this international programs.
Yes, I would like to present some results of our projects and how international exchange can promote youth participation and how it can open spaces for young people to interfere in local politics. So my presentation, I think, touches upon a lot of points Elif has already made. As Elif said, my organization, the German-Turkish Youth Bridge, finances youth exchange. For the last decade, we have financed numerous programs of schools and youth organizations. A total of 20,000 youth teachers and youth workers have participated in our programs, and for the last couple of years also corporations of municipalities have gained importance. This importance, or the increase of importance of municipal programs went basically hand in hand with the growing political interest also in city partnerships between Germany and Turkey. And as you probably know, German-Turkish relations have been marked by political crises or diplomatic crises over the past decade, and a couple of key players, namely the German Foreign Office, but also Association of German Cities, promoted cooperation with Turkish cities as a way to open new communication channels between the German and the Turkish society, and we profited of this. So during COVID in 2020, we got a grant from the Foreign Ministry that allowed us to bring together locally engaged youth from 12 cities, and that was also the starting point for our municipality program. So, local participation as a theme for youth exchange. Yeah, so what are the benefits of those? And I think there are 4 striking benefits. The first one is that it really promotes in-depth dialogue and helps to overcome prejudice of the participants. Municipalities are the level of administration that is closest to the day-to-day life of many young people, and it touches upon many issues that they can relate with. Elif mentioned already some, urban development, traffic, youth work. These are things that are usually organized on the local level. So exploring how young people engage in local issues in other countries allows the participants to take new perspectives, to also reflect on their own lives, and this really helps to overcome stereotypes. Second advantage of youth participation as a theme is that it fosters political education. Elif also spoke on this already. Youth participation touches upon key aspects of democratic life, political representation and rights, freedom of expression, and the criticism of those in power. And when our participants discuss how are their decisions taken on the local level in their country and how does it differ from Turkey or the other way around, that helps them realize differences but also similarities, and then they become closer in the process of finding also solutions jointly. Third is that we see that there's often a spillover effect when you work with municipalities. In Germany, schools are closely related to municipalities. This is different in Turkey, but you see that often there are school partnerships in twin cities, and that's of course no coincidence. We also saw, like in a project of the cities of Mal and Kushadası, we had a project of young people working on climate change together and what they could do on the local level, and then also the experts in the municipalities working on environmental issues were drawn into the project. So it started off as a youth exchange program, but it became then an administrative exchange program. And fourth, we often see very lasting impacts if you work with municipalities and if you work on youth participation. So through our project, actually, how young people impact or on local politics is institutionalized. It changes how they are engaged in local politics, and we're extremely proud that in 2 cities, namely Ataşehir and Çanakkale, youth parliaments have been founded as a direct outcome of the digital workshops that I spoke about earlier. So it started off really as 3 online workshops, and now we have youth parliaments in Çanakkale and Istanbul Ataşehir, and this is something very special. Here we see a picture of the members of the youth parliaments Monheim am Rhein and Attaché here. Yeah, they basically had a follow-up projects where they consulted each other and then jointly designed the youth parliament in Attaché, and the same thing happened also in Osnabrück and Çanakkale. So what works and what doesn't work when it comes to international exchange and youth participation? I would like to begin with what does not work. From our observation, and that's also a no-brainer, top-down initiatives do not work. Yeah, you often have that in twin cities. The mayor comes to the other city, he sees the youth parliament and says, oh, that's something nice to have. Yeah, that's a very symbolic, decorative piece of administration. I also would like to have that. And then he comes home and says, I want a youth parliament. And this is doomed to fail. Yeah, this never works. At the same time, we need to be aware that, it needs the youth to found a youth parliament. Youth parliaments are never self-sustainable. Yeah, Elif said that we're talking in Germany, it's mostly children, minors engaged in youth parliaments. It's naive to think that they could create a democratic structure without the support and guidance that would then actually allow them to engage in local politics. And thirdly, and this is, again, something that Elif spoke about, copying a model of youth participation, going to Germany and say, I want the same thing in Turkey, it never works. It even doesn't work in Germany. In Germany, we have a multitude of different forms of youth parliaments, structures, institutions, of how youth are engaged in municipal decisions. And you will not find a blueprint that fits to your community. So each city needs, in the end, a custom-made solution that fits the legal context and political system and culture. So what works from our perspective? We see that in our projects, the successful projects, there has already been a critical mass of youth that has engaged in local politics, that are already looking for platforms to engage in topics that are important to them. It is about empowering these youth that already are the core of youth participation in your community, and it is about to also allow them to work on the topics that matter to them. So in Attaché and Çanakkale, there were already groups of youth that were trying to find a way to engage on the local level, and the youth parliament then basically channeled or institutionalized this desire for political participation. Second, again, no surprise, you need transparency and democratic legitimation. Yeah, like any parliament, youth parliaments must be legitimized by elections, and the broader the electorate is, and the more inclusive the parliament is, the better. And this is probably the biggest challenge. Yeah, we have this one example in Osnabrück. They organize their elections through the schools, which is a very inclusive format, of course, because all the kids at that age go to school. So they have an electorate, like last time 5,000 students gave their vote. But this is, of course, something you cannot implement in Turkey, because the schools are run by the central government, which at times, there is a gap between what municipalities are doing and the central state are doing. So you need to find your solution, but in general, of course, you need the legitimacy and you need the inclusiveness that not only a special segment of young people is represented in this parliament, but that it represents youth in broader terms. The third one, and this is something I touched upon earlier, youth parliaments need support. Yeah, they need budget, they need professional assistance, and they need pedagogic support, because these are children. Yeah, these are children that go to school, they have a day-to-day routine, they have their own issues, and on top they engage in local politics, and this needs professional guidance. And this, who provides this guidance is super important. I spoke to this coordinator of the youth parliament in Osnabrück when I prepared for this speech. And he said, if you take somebody from administration, administration works from 9 to 5. Yeah, when do young people meet? They meet in the evening. So you won't find anyone that's in the administration that's a suitable partner because the kids, they're at school from 9 to 5. Yeah? So it makes a lot of sense to work with youth workers that have access, that can work according to the needs of the young, and not that the young have to adapt to the needs of the administration. At the same time, and this is in a nutshell, I guess, the most important point. Youth participation is about political rights and it is about political power. So if a youth parliament really has a meaning, it has rights. Yeah, it might have the right to participate in council meetings, to speak in council meeting, or even to bring in motion to council meetings. If it's just a forum, yeah, or if it functions basically a simulation of what then the city council is doing, this has a worth. Yeah, it's of course super value in terms of political education. But if you want to climb up the ladder that you prepared in the beginning, it is about rights. And Osnabrück, for example, was super surprised that the mayor in their UK twin city, he must participate in the youth parliament sessions. Yeah, and they have the right in Osnabrück to bring in, to speak at council meeting. And this is where the real political power comes in. And this is, of course, also what makes it attractive to young people to participate. So what would I advise to those who want to do similar projects as we had? And this is basically a very simple recommendation. It's applied to our program. We have a municipality program called Shehrin Tarsala. We're looking for partners in Turkey and Germany that are interested in bringing together politically engaged youth. If you follow this QR code, you will find more information about the program. It's open for application until March 1st. With the best ideas, we will jointly co-organize these exchange programs and fund it with Erasmus Plus finance. We can assure that there will be mutual visits of the youth parliamentarians. We're funding for travel, accommodation, and some organizational costs. So if you're interested, please follow the link. And I was with you looking forward to applications. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We have heard it from the three speakers, and we decided to talk about the limitations and the boundaries of participation from their own experiences. Actually, participation has been a concept that has been constantly repeated, which shared by everybody, not actually understood in its full content. And of course, you wouldn't meet anyone who would say that they have not been participant to the processes, whereas it may be the other way around. So we know for a fact that any kind of methodology that does not involve participation is not approved, is not validated. But we have to also question whether this kind of participation, in quotation marks, is it the actual participation that we thrive for? Is it the one that we would like to have? And how can we improve participation in the urban scale? And actually, it opened up some path and some doors, at least in my mind. We will have a Q&A session, so we will hear the questions at once. So if you have any kind of questions, please do mention who you are addressing the question to. And after hearing the whole the questions in total, then we will. So can we just bring the microphone to the person who has raised their hands? Hello. My question is to Ms. Sibel. In her presentation, she has mentioned that it was children's inherent rights to be able to participate, and they have to be in contact and in communication with the municipality. And as the moderator has mentioned, I would like to also chase and pursue participation. So you said that there are two projects where you ask and also talks. One project is aimed to make children more visible, and the other one is to build dialogue with the children. And you have also shown us the ladder of heart. In the light of all those facts, the medal that you have given to Istanbul as a result, how would you give the medal, and what scale, with which step of the ladder would it be in the ladder of heart? Do we have any other questions? For now, there are no questions, so you can just answer the question directly. It's a wonderful question. Thank you very much. This is a very highly qualified question, and it's quite a difficult one.
Yani bizim hem çocuklar soruyor hem katılıyor için zaten
for both both of the projects, the first steps of the participation should be exceeded. That was our goal, and that is definitely provided. But when we are moving up to 4, 5, 6, and 7th step of the ladder, I believe that we have approached. And for the last couple of projects, it has been okay, and we have to just monitor, and they have established their problems, and they have come together, and they have also explained it to the participants around the same table when they're seated across their representatives, and then it all comes down to monitoring and following. All those, of course, the problems are in the hands of the municipalities, as solid, as tangible as we have expressed and presented it to them. So the subject matter at hand is beyond what we have structuralized. When that is also completed by the municipality, we will be able to stand on top of the ladder, actually, as defined as by heart. If I wanted to give a medal to this project, that's a wonderful question. And those medals that you're holding in your hands, if I needed to write something on one of these medals for these two projects, especially for this model, I can say that in the example of the extensive metropolitan space of Istanbul, we have achieved extensive participation. And I would also give it to the medal that it has multi-stakeholders, because it's not a project that we have been conducting ourselves. We have held it. We have been conducting it as a guide. And we have also included schools, institutions, as many as possible as you can think of. So it was quite a variety of stakeholders. I would give the medal to the variety of stakeholders. And I believe that it deserves other medals too, but it's a nice question, worthwhile to think about. Thank you. There's another question from the back. And I would like to ask a question about in the subject of committees. I've forgotten your name. This question is to you, sir. So we are trying to build up a network by bringing farmers and the people who are working in agriculture. Since we have to have an inclusive number, I would like to just ask my question about how to build a committee and how to build a business. Actually, it feels like I feel like it's going to be a challenging one after a certain level. So I have been in contact with 300 people, and this number continues to increase. And what can be the obstacle before me? Can you just also share your experiences? Who is the question to? You don't, so is it me or who did you? Did you ask her? Yes. Actually, maybe. What can I say about your initiative? I have to learn about the details. Maybe if there's anything to say, I can maybe mention it. I couldn't understand it really well. Yes, you're right. And maybe I need more questions. Then we can talk about after the session. Maybe we can just find each other after the session so that we can share our experiences with you. There's another person here.
My question is for Leo. Welcome to Turkey. But I prefer asking in Turkish. Thank you. Bize favela örneğini anlattınız ama
You have explained the example of favelas. I don't know if you are aware that we also have an example in Istanbul in the district of Esenyurt. So we know that there is violation, gang building, mobsters, drug use, drug abuse, in the example of Esenyurt, especially also the districts in the periphery of Esenyurt. Are you aware of that district? And one of the biggest problems that has been mentioned or experienced in most of the countries in Southern American continent are also problems that have been present due to the urbanization and the large scale of urbanization. Do you think that the difference in Europe and difference in the Latin American countries, where does the difference come from? Why is it different in Europe than the Latin American countries?
That's a big one. First, about the knowledge about similar cases in different areas. I think what crosses all these different situations is the sort of, in all places when you have sort of these formations of ghettos and, you know, sort of people acting violently against each other and so on, we tend more often to talk about the responsibility of the people engaging in these activities and not so much about the governments, like the neglect, the uncontrolled urbanization, as you were suggesting before. So I think if there is something that comes as almost like a lesson from contexts like Latin America, for example, is that we have had a very long process of neglect and sort of isolation of those groups, and that's what happens. Of course, the drug thing also is a commercial economic thing, right? It's a region that produces or sells lots of trade. There is lots of trade, and that has to do with capitalism and people wanting money as well. So I think that's something else. And the number of people. Now, I don't necessarily know if there is an ingrained difference between like Latin America, Europe, and so on, or if better, not that there is a difference because there is, but if it's comparable, because they have had different historical processes of democratic development. You can see, for example, the types of participatory examples that my colleagues talk about and the types that I'm talking about. So it's not that one is better than the other. I think they just tell of how different realities can be very different in terms of how people can participate in policy making and, you know, living together as societies. I don't know if I answered, but we can talk after this if you want.
Başka sorusu olan var mı?
Do we have other questions? If not, then we are going to also thank all the audience, all the people who are present in the room, and also all our speakers, so making it so clear and so apparent. And after the session, and everybody will be also finding you to ask more questions. So let me just ask the audience to have a round of applause, starting with me. Thank you very much.
Is there a chance we could take a picture together?
Yes, yes.
Can you take